There. Ah. But sit Mike, dirno da wedi bod fy'n bobl ryfedd rwan ydw I Criso yn fy'n cartref mwr in now in Saesneg and now in English. Good morning. How's your day been, my strange people? I'm Ruadhán and welcome to my spooky home. As for staff, so oh wait. Good morning, Kathleen. Oh, hey, three people in chat, but only one like. Oh, hey, Lucifer's here. Let me switch that to live chat because it always likes to send me to top chat first. Lucifer says, wait. Oh, hold on. There was some chat going on before I got here. Lucifer says, damn it, on a normal Sunday night, I would literally be able to watch the whole stream because I don't work Mondays. But you really chose the one time I work on Monday to talk about the... Oh, I'm sorry, Lucifer. I mean, I know they're gonna have some opinions, but that's why I'm trying to keep to some semblance of a structure. I know. It's only been a whole week since I started like trying to see if I can at least manage a some kind of structural thing. I've got no space to add notes to the thing. I'll do it here. Hold on. Is there a way for me to check this real quick? Save, highlight, share, mute microphone. No, that's not helping me. No, okay. Oh, thanks, Kathleen, about the braids. Yeah, I know it's different for everybody who keeps their hair long, but, oh, right. Okay, I remember, hold on. I'm allowing myself up to half an hour to flail about, and according to my Fitbit, I am slightly ahead of schedule. As to why I'm not wearing my swatch, I have had it off for the better part of a week because, clip pencil, that's why they have clips. So I don't know how visible it is right now. Of course, I am quite pale, and now this LED is kind of flushing things out. But I had a bit of a reaction. Which suggests that the super cheap, allegedly silicone replacement swatch wristband that I got is not full silicone. It's got some latex in it, presumably, because that's a thing that breaks me out. But yeah, the braids. So I know everybody who keeps their hair long has a different way of coping with summer heat and sweat, and in my experience, the keeping the two French braids, I can French braid my own hair. I can even do it down the middle if I really wanted to put in the extra effort. But yeah, the personal best option for, why is it telling me I'm live now? Is this because I got on a little bit early? Possibly. So yeah, the two-sided French braids, that seems to be my best option for wicking away extra sweat. So I know some people who keep their hair long, they find it best to have like the one ponytail in back. I'm sure that works for some people. I've noticed some will, you know, like do the lazy, you know, like ponytail in back and then flip, you know, with the clip thing up like that. So like kind of an extra half-assed messy bun, because like you're not even trying to bun it at that point. You're just getting one of those big claw clips like we had in the they were really popular in the mid 90s. I noticed that like a lot of girls would go out of their way to like make it extra like extra style it like that. I'm like, what? Okay, like it just looks like okay, whatever. But yeah, so yeah, like with me, my personal way to wick away extra sweat is to keep the side braids. And yeah, but real quick as I'm flailing about, what is to, oh right, oh shit, I gotta pay rent. Okay. Crap. I forgot the rest of the thing that I listed in the thing, and I didn't write it all down. So that's a thing, I guess. But yeah, Lucifer wants to see me like really lay into some people, because I did say in the description box below, which oh crap, I forgot to add links and shit. Lucifer, Argyle Dinosaur, if you're able to, like, try and I think you should be able to just like a link tree, or so like linktr.ee / Ruadhán1334. If you're able to like throw that in there a couple of times before you have to log off, great, because that'll send people to my Patreon and whatnot before I can. Yeah, because I can't edit it. I mean, I probably could if I went to my laptop or something, but like I can't edit the description box while it's live. So then what happens is, hey, I'm not even a full 8 minutes in, and I've got, oh, not the banana clips, Like, I remember the banana clips. No, I'm talking like the big claw ones, like the big claw ones. So, like, it would be like a hand, like that. So not the banana clips, which, you know, which just basically like make a long vertical ponytail, kinda. Like that's, at least that's what we always called banana clips in this part of the Midwest. So like the banana clips were the one that like made the big long vertical ponytail between the clips like that. No, I'm talking about the claw thing. So like they've got the like the little binder thing, and I had a hair clip out in front here because I didn't put them all back into the bathroom after I decided to stop with the henna, just because. But do I have a thing? No, I don't. Those are all being used. Why am I doing that? Why am I halfway responsible on something for a change? But yeah, like seriously, like they'd have the little butterflying thing in back with the hinge. Those things, yeah. So okay, Kathleen says that they usually do braids or a bun, ostensibly for summer sweat. Lucifer says that he's got stupidly long hair and always just throws it up in a ponytail for work, or tuck it into a beanie to make it look short if I'm not working. Sweet. Okay, so it did the things with the things. Okay. So I'm thinking first Sunday stream of the month, I'll do like a life update of up to half an hour. So right now I'm at, like, let's say 10 till, because that'll give me an extra couple minutes. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. Okay, yeah, I can do that. So as far as the life update goes, like that's why I said I'll be cleaning this. Oh, never mind. I know what that's all about. So yeah, that's why I said I'll be cleaning mostly in this stream, because, okay, so, I've got this thing. I'm gonna fold over the address for people. So it looks like there's roaches in the building on a couple of the floors. So it says here that management will be entering apartment between the hours of 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. for spray treatment of everybody's apartment for roaches. Have received reports of activity in the, like roach activity in the building from several units and going to treat every apartment to ensure we effectively address the problem. Nice, okay. Included, you will find preparation sheet for the treatment. So this is on the 11th. So I got this. I want to say I got this. Actually, I accidentally got 2 copies. I think one of them was supposed to go to a neighbor, or maybe they just like accidentally like. So I know it's not just me because first off, I haven't reported that. I'm not quite sure. I did see something that kind of looked like a shrimp several months ago. Haven't seen too many since, but whatever. But yeah, I haven't made a report for a number of reasons. Like, I'm embarrassed about the state of my kitchen, which is why I like to keep it all to here like this, and why I like to do like some nice creative camera framing with the thing. So yeah, I got news of this on Friday, so the 4th. So my rent is hopefully due to weekend. They're going to give me an extra couple days. In theory, it's due like, midnight before the 5th. So, like I said, in theory. So, yeah, like I gotta, and of course, to make shit goofier. Okay, so, seriously? Oh my gosh, what the hell? What have they done with this? So, this, like, I put this jacket for little niece. So, I found, like, there are, they're like not just Ipsy has a lot of people doing like community pantry things. In fact, I'm gonna go around and hit a couple of those tonight for small things like, some fresh produce, which I try not to buy too much of just because, as I was saying Tuesday night with my WFKU stream, we all get fruit with the best of intentions. Oh, yay, yay. Lucifer's able to link shit. Sweet. All the powers of the chat moderator all bow to our Lord Lucifer. Oh, hello, Siska. Hi, it's great to see you here. Okay, yeah. I picked up this jacket from one of the little like community pantry things, except this one was a lot of like, take a garment, leave a garment. So I've dropped off a couple of just like really small crochet hat and wrist warmer kind of things that I was making with scrap yarns because I've been crocheting my way through the pandemic, right? So, and I picked up a small denim jacket. It looks approximately child size. It might be a little bit big on little niece, she's 5, but goddamn, whatever the hell they dyed this with is powerful. So my intent was to bleach out the indigo dye that you put on your standard jeans. And so I was going to bleach out the dye on that. Like, this is going with my life update because it's pandemic, Steve. Like we're hopefully like in the last dregs of this. I noticed that what's it called? Rolling Sculpture Car Show. I usually do some vintage 1920s dragon busking with that every year, but I didn't last year, and I'm not going to this year because they canceled it again. Why did I not think to pick the cherry first? I even got one of these old jobbies too, for that express purpose. So yeah, the jacket. So because little niece is 5. Oh my gosh, little niece is graduating kindergarten tomorrow, and I'm very upset that I can't afford to go to the ceremony because, technically I could, like figure out a way to, at the very least pay a Lyft driver to get down there and all of that, but it's like then I'd be dipping a little bit more into my bicycle tour money than I would like to. So it's like, let's see. Go see little niece graduate kindergarten or go on bike tour, which will help me, like get out all of this pent up energy I've been building up, right? So, but little niece is graduating kindergarten tomorrow and I'm going to miss it. But I will see her on our birthday because little niece and I share a birthday. Okay. So yeah, like say congrats to little niece. I mean, she was tested. She's got the approximate cognitive abilities of a child like twice her age. Like my late sister had her tested, and now I say late sister. I brought this up on, I think, the last Sunday stream where I was legit doing a puzzle, right? Because I was just like so pissy. I was just so pissy about things that day because I just gotten some bad news from a lawyer I'd consulted for some free advice. So, oh yay! Kathleen says, congrats, niece, and Siska says, aw, sweet. I'm assuming regarding a little niece graduating kindergarten. So yeah, but yeah, little niece has been staying with family friend who I will, who I will henceforth refer to as family friend because little niece is literally 5 years old. Well, little over 5 3/4. She's going to be 6 in, June 6th. And we share a birthday, which is in the middle of July. So little niece is going to be 6 years old in about 6 weeks. Ah! So, okay, now that we're all up to speed on that, I'm going to try and see if I can get some video call with little niece. What's it called? What's that thing that happens? Oh yeah, like on Zoom or something tomorrow. So yeah, well, I've still got about 15-20 minutes to bring everybody up to speed on life stuff, which, like I said, I'm hoping, like, I mean, I'm kind of an open book about most things, but I'm like, let's keep it like, seriously, the thing's gonna like go bonkers on me. Oh, hey, 7 people in chat, but only 4 likes. Come on, let's improve that. But where was I going? Right, little niece. So little niece, Lucifer says, so exciting how bright little niece is, but as a past gifted child, yeah, same here. As a past gifted child, it's a lot of pressure to put on. Oh yeah, like my mother would, well, plus like, I suspect my mother might have been some form of cluster B in terms of like personality disorder. Like I am in no position to diagnose my late mother, but she ticks a few of the narcissistic boxes that Worst X did. She ticks a couple borderline boxes that late younger sister Molly did, crackhead sister did. She ticks a few histrionic boxes, a la Norma Desmond, Sunset Boulevard. So yeah, like my mother would alternate between like trying to live vicariously through me and then like going far overboard with any criticism of a mistake that I might have made, right? Like one of like those like if it was even like the littlest thing that only she and I noticed because like we both spent an enormous part of our childhood in voice training. But yeah, that's another story for another time. But yeah, little niece. So yeah, she and I, we're gonna be having a birthday in about 6 weeks. So I'm definitely gonna need to put the jacket in another bleach bath because I'm gonna bring you up to speed on that in a sec.
Cat, please, Catherine.
Ow. Labret stud hit my gums. I hate when that happens. It doesn't happen very often because usually I'm kind of smart. Okay, tea. Little bit of tea. Remnants. Bike parts. More remnants. Street ball. I thought it was here. Okay, I need to pick up maybe a little bit more than I thought I did. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. No, this is the other thing. Okay, so that's the rest of the kit with the, what's that thing called? It's an aquarium. Okay. Oh. Things, other things, thing for Nigel, that thing, this thing. Oh, right there. I knew I saw it recently. Son of a... So little niece, because little niece is going to be 6, you know, like and like, even though she's been tested as having the approximate cognitive abilities of a child almost twice her age, like before going into kindergarten, she was estimated to have the cognitive function of an 8 or 9-year-old. So yeah, like almost double her age. But still, like in many ways, because little niece is almost 6 years old, she operates like your relatively typical average 6-year-old, meaning you ask her what her favorite animal is. It is unicorns. It is unicorns. Okay, you're like, sure, like, you know, so we get her a lot of unicorn crap, right? That sounds a little harsh, but you know, that's just how I talk, right? And you ask her favorite color, she says rainbows, because she just doesn't want to decide. She doesn't want to decide, and she sees stuff like my prismatic, sparkly sunscreen. Bear Republic, why did you discontinue my, I think Diamond Dust? So, okay, so here it is. So, I'm going to bleach out the jacket until it is significantly lighter than this. And then we've got permanent fabric dye spray paint. Okay, so I'm going to spray dye her a jacket to kind of go with mine, but, you know, like my purple one, but because her favorite, you know, my favorite color is purple, little niece's favorite color is rainbows. So I'm going to spray dye it in rainbows. Oh my gosh, right? So I'm going to spray dye the jacket in rainbows. I'm going to hopefully get something like a DIY going with this. And then, because my jacket has a whole lot of patches, I'm bringing a bunch of iron-on patches because, you know, they're faster than the ones that I sew on. So I'm going to bring a bunch of iron-on patches, and so this is going to be our, because every time I visited with her, she and I end up doing some kind of crafty stuff, like even if it's just coloring pages, like we did at Sister's Memorial Service. You know, like I just like sat down with the kid and just like, let's just color like adults are talking about stuff. And I am a very short adult, so I can get away with acting kid-like at times. Not only am I a very short adult, I'm also a musician. She asked me like why I paint my nails, and I said, because I'm a musician, and with some jobs, you can get away with like bending the rules for what boys do and what girls do, right? So like I kept it short and sweet. I didn't want to explain the concept of like, you know, gender fuckery, especially since family friend is a Baptist, and Baptists are mean. I mean, when you breach certain things, right? So, you know, I'm trying to keep this like Baptist friendly and not explain the whole concept of, you know, like intentional gender bending or anything. I just put it in a very short and sweet thing. I just tell little niece, you know, yeah, well, I'm a musician and a radio DJ, and with some jobs, you know, boys can get away with wearing makeup and girls can get away with having extra short hair or no hair at all, right? You know, or like, you know, like a shaved head or something. Because, I mean, and she understands that, like, you know, well, when my sister was left to her own devices, she liked to have a mostly shaved head. Like, you know, like we're talking like Mia Farrow in the 60s, like extra short even for Pixie, right? At least family friend isn't Southern Baptist. I'm not sure which denomination of Baptist, but I just gotta like I know I gotta reel some stuff in because, I don't want to make things any more tense than they have to be. Let's just put it that way. Kathleen says, this is going to be so awesome. I hope you get pics. Well, I will get pics of little niece's happy face when she sees that I've spray dyed the jacket in rainbow colors for her. But I only share pictures of little niece with like close friends, and I am saying I'm saying that like my my close friends filter on my Instagram stories, I have fewer than 50 people on that, and it is all people that I have known for at least a decade and who I trust. But yeah, thanks for getting it. Yeah, cause yeah, like, I mean, yeah, my audience is very niche, even within the realm of goth YouTube. So yeah, like I said, I understand that my audience is very niche. So, but still, like, there's places like Kiwi Farms, and I know, yeah, I mention a lot that I'm usually pretty unprecious about, like, who does or does not know that I'm trans, but, you know, like, I know they're their own kind of, when it comes to trans people over there. So yeah, it's like, I don't want, yeah, like, I don't want to, like, expose little niece's face to people who may want to harass me, and so in that may focus their malicious behavior towards little niece. So yeah, like I said, like she's a literal 5-year-old, almost 6-year-old. Lucifer says, honestly, yeah, I totally understand keeping pictures of her and her name and stuff private. Oh yeah. And plus, like, there's the whole issue of, like, you know, like, well, you know, like, should children be on social media before they're old enough to have their own stuff, like, you know, like, through their parents posting stuff? And it's like, you know, if you have your, like, if you have your social media carefully curated so that, like, you know, like, your close friends and close family see some things, you know, like, see the more private stuff, like, and see your children that way, that's fine. Like, you know, so, like, this is a thing that, like, the average person probably won't have to worry about. But if you wish for any kind of recognition in terms of entertainment, and as I've said many times before, I should, hold on. Oh, Pit just fell out. Okay. And I've got some cherry stain on the t-shirt, but it's tie-dye, so you can get away with that shit, right? So, before I move on to the headliner topic in a couple minutes, I'm going to open the door and turn on the fan so that there's some air circulating in here. Also, because I came home and the apartment smelled like bleach because this jacket, like I said, I need to give it another dye bath, at least a second dye bath, but I want to give it some hand washing with the Fel's Naphtha bar first, so that's why I haven't put it out on the line just yet. So where was I going? Right. But yeah, so yeah, like, you know, your average person, hopefully you've got the sense to, like, you know, post photos of your kids, like, privately, so that, like, you know, like I said, if you're a relatively average person who has no aspirations towards working as an entertainer in any sort, you know, like Lucifer just, like, has their YouTube mostly to communicate with friends and, you know, like, meet new people and hopefully make new friends talking about books and random cool stuff. And that's cool. Whereas when I, you know, decided to start getting a bit more serious about YouTube, like, yes, I always figured I would just end up making friends via YouTube because that's just how it works, right? Like, talking to some people and you end up, like, thinking, and you end up mutually thinking, hey, we're really, really cool. Well, you're really cool too, right? So I knew making friends would be kind of like a side effect of this, but I also figured, you know, this might be one of the better ways for me to reignite, you know, like, in my early 40s, like, my life's goal since the age of like 4, which was to be a professional enough singer and entertainer, because that's literally what I was trained to do since before kindergarten even. So in my case, like, I'm a bit extra conscious about where I share pictures of little niece. So yeah, I will definitely have pictures of little niece looking just overjoyed at her rainbow jacket, and I'm also bringing some iron-on patches. Oh, I'm gonna open the door in this, but I'm also gonna grab some of the patches that I got. Not all of them, of course, but hold on. Gonna open the door, turn on the fan, be right back.
Happen! Snutch! Squatchy! Diolch yn fawr. Ai, a Miss Phoebe. Miss Phoebe.
Gotta walk all around this shit to get to my fan, because son of a bitch. Okay, I've got a timer on the, so the fan for the unit is hooked up to the AC, and so I've got the timer set so that the AC will blow some hot air out and some cool air in, and so I've got it set to go off from AC setting in an hour or so, after which then I'll turn it on full fan setting because it got really humid in here really fast. All right, let me just, catch up with stuff. Okay, Lucifer says, totally reasonable, keeping little niece private. By the way, Lucifer, I know you barely use Instagram, but you are on my close friends filter, or you should be anyway. So yeah, like, you're one of the super awesome people who gets to see pictures of little niece, which, yeah. But yeah. So like I said, I'm gonna spray dye it so that it's rainbow colored, and then this is not all of the. Oh wow, I left out the big ass unicorn one too. So yeah, this is oh wait, Lucifer. Hell yeah, literally made his channel so his mom could get to know him. She moved half country away when Luce was 16 and didn't move back up until they were 23 or 24, maybe. Darkly Tailored, hello! Yeah, it has been a while since I've seen you in here. Hello to Jay. Final caught another stream. Yeah, great, awesome. Argyle Dinosaur says, just kind of made friends through YouTube by sheer habits. Oh yeah. So yeah, like after I, so like I said, I'm gonna spray dye the jacket for little niece in rainbows, so it's going to be like a rainbow color, like, like pink around the shoulders, then red, orange, yellow, right? And the sleeves done nicely in that way, so it's going to be like her little rainbow jacket. And this is only a few of the iron-on patches that I've gotten for this. There's some more. I've been, well, as I've said, my apartment has kind of become a depression pit this last year, so that means there's your clutter. There's your clutter, your ADHD clutter here and there. So I am finding the patches gradually, but yeah, like I usually end up finding one or two every time I'm at Joanne, and I usually have coupons for Joanne to get stuff. So like we've got a little celestial moon that so she's gonna decide. So I'm gonna bring my iron. So I've got a vintage iron that is completely flat, that doesn't have the like, if that's the only iron you have for doing iron-on patches, like, just don't fill the steamer. But ideally, you should have it completely flat without any steam holes. That's why at Joanne and Michael's, you'll often see those little tiny irons that are completely flat without the steam holes, because that's ideal. But so yeah, like I've got a vintage one that I use on my regular clothes, and I've also got a vintage hand steamer for when I want stuff that's steamed. Together, they cost me less than $10, which is less than the cost of your average steam iron, right? It's at least a third the price. But so yeah, we've got the little celestial moon that will kind of go like, you know, like if she wants that, you know, like if she wants like some kind of little thing that'll like, you know, help her feel like she's got like a part of my jacket, you know, and on with hers, because mine says creature of the night across the shoulders on the back. So we've got a little celestial moon for the night, and we've got a cupcake because almost 6-year-olds love cupcakes. We've got a little tie-dye rainbow heart because it's her favorite color. I've got a few unicorns, a few butterflies, a few other randomish ones that I see at the store, and I think, oh my gosh, this will be cute. I'm not expecting her to want to put all of them on there, but it wouldn't surprise me if she did. But I'm going to have her like point out to me like, okay, where do you want this one? Do you want this one on your jacket? Okay, where do you want me to put it on your jacket? So yeah, I'm going to do the dyeing, and I'm going to bring it to her, and then we get to do the little craft activity like she and I always do when we get to hang out, and she's going to pick out where the patches go, which, you know, if she wants to, if she asks me like, well, why couldn't I help you dye it? I'm going to be like, honey, do you have any idea how long this took? You have any idea how long this took me to dye it, right? Like, even just now, like I said, I'm going to need at least a second dye bath to get the indigo out of this denim jacket, but that's all right. I am rounding up to that half hour. In theory, I've got another half hour or so that I've dedicated to, you know, that I've at least said, you know, could fill up other things. But you know what? I've got caught up with everything that I feel is going to be, you know, awesome. You know, like everything that I feel needs to be said in the greeting and update part. So, okay, now it says up to another 15, 20-ish minutes, updates on structure and schedule and all that. Or did I, yeah, updates to structure and schedule. So I discovered last week when I did the Sunday stream with topics that even if I stick on topic, at least for the first half of the stream, I get a bit rambly. So I am going to leave that up as, you know, just like for archive purposes and all that. But I am going to go through it again and make out and like outline the major points that I made, and then like try and, you know, even if like, let's see, most of my scripting that I intend to be a little bit more on the casual side, it is done with like bullet point outline, right? So, you know, like a bit more casual, like not especially structured. So I just want to like outline the major points that I made about the industrial rap music portion of that stream, and then like do a scripted-ish video. So my original intention was that I would cut that segment out and splice together the main points, but I figure, you know, that actually sounds like just because I've done a lot of editing of this sort, that actually sounds like it's going to be a lot more work than just rewatching that portion, then rewatching, doing an outline of the major points I made, and then, you know, condensing the outline to something that I can edit down to 45 minutes or less. That's about where I'm aiming at for, you know, uploaded ones. So that's a change. Like I said, like last week, the original intention was to do it, you know, this way, like Vouch does a lot, you know, or a couple other people, but, you know, similar enough, like where they do a big live stream, you know, through one platform or another, and then like cut out key segments and re-upload those as their own topical segment, right? But like I said, the way that my thought structure works, like being untreated for ADHD, let's see, I should have probably started treatment for it when I was about 7 years old, and it started to become a bit of a problem at school. I've got some stories I am not going to share about that, this one particular incident I can think of, but yeah, that was kind of overshadowed later that year at school at the time, but that's another story for another time. In fact, like I've got a list of ideas of various like little story time ideas that I can just like kind of ramble off quickly enough, I suppose, and upload. So yeah, like that's the major change to what did I? Oh yeah, schedule and structure. Why? Oh shit. Hold on. I'm starting to get a migraine. It's got to be the light. It's got to be the light at this point, because that is. Hold on.
Scooch, Catherine.
Wrong. Okay. Okay. Seriously. I'm gonna put off a couple of these, which are specifically migraine relief, just because they have they're like half aspirin, half acetaminophen. Okay, not quite half, but like 40, 10, thereabouts, acetaminophen, so Tylenol, aspirin, and caffeine. That's not exact numbers, but that's like what I'm just gonna turn this off. Or you know what, I could try backlighting, but on the higher setting. That's a little bit better, maybe, no. No, screw it. Like I know it can be a little bit dark in here right now, but so yeah, like I've got a relatively mild allergy to aspirin. I might just return those. I'm pretty sure I could dig up the receipt on my Walgreens app at the very least. So I'm gonna try like just a straight up acetaminophen for migraine. I swear the light is playing a part in this shit, because that's like the last few migraines. This one is like right here. But every time I've had a migraine that ends up blurring my vision, it's been due to light. Oh, Lucifer, that's so cute. I'll bet she love. Oh yeah, I'm sure she'll love doing the patches on the jacket with me. And I'll probably, like upload to close friends on the Instagram stories, like a few little clips for people to see, like, while we're doing it. And, like she's telling me like where to put a patch and where to put another patch, because it's just adorable. Ah, crap. Okay, Lucifer, so at about, okay, so just like come back to like the 45-minute mark tomorrow and leave your 2 cents in the comment, because apparently my guy has to go and enter the land of somnolent bliss. In other words, go to sleep. So I decided that this week's headliner topic, which I could not get to last week because I get rambly. Saw the stream title when I got home from my girlfriend's place and went, well, this will either burn me or be interesting, because I'm still not sure what to expect. I don't know. I'll wait. I probably missed the summary or something. Oh, hi, Megan. And yeah, Jay, the title, so okay. Now I did actually like go and write a proper script for when I want to, for when I feel like, weird. Okay. So This week's headliner topic has been titled Asexual Doublespeak, and seriously, has been titled Asexual Doublespeak, and the reason for that is recently somebody who cannot take constructive criticism and who also thinks that they are really good at critical thinking decided to kick me off of their Discord server a couple weeks ago, even though I was I'd been watching them on YouTube since they had not even a full 500 subscribers yet, and it was one of the first 50 or so people to join their Discord. But okay, whatever. I say some truth and I get kicked out due to ideological purity, which is what that concept is called. And yes, apparently they're not the only person who likes to shorthand that as purity culture, but no, purity culture is a completely different animal. It is an especially Christian concept, which I can summarize that with the term virginity porn, right? Virginity hyper focusing on virginity, and it's the whole little purity balls with the little girls and their dad, and it's got a vaguely incestuous kind of vibe to it. That is purity culture. Yeah, it's explicitly Christian purity culture, but that's what purity culture is. And it's especially popular with Pentecostals and some variety of Baptists. Oh, Lucifer said something real quick. Oh, hey, 12 people in the chat, but only 9 likes. Come on, people. Let's up that ratio. Lucifer says, we'll make a note to come to the timestamp to come back. Definitely be getting my 2 cents. All right. Because Lucifer is asexual and gets bothered by things other aces do/say. And he said, goof night, everyone. And that has to be server lore now, because that's kind of what I do. This is my Sunday and Tuesday stream, especially my Tuesday stream. It's just, except Tuesday, I'm goofing off while playing music. Sunday, I'm goofing off while talking about stupid shit barely anybody cares about. And, these are no longer healthy, son of a bitch. I spent good Michigan fat money on this. That is what they call the food stamps program in Michigan. This is officially on their website. Apparently it is not a highlight on my Instagram. That's making me think it might have been a post instead. I seem to remember somebody made a comment about it, so it might have been a post. I'll go find it later, whatever. This has not been healthy for some time. So yeah, I took a picture of the website where, we've got the, Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, and yeah, they call it the Michigan Food Assistance Program, parentheses, Michigan FAP. That is what they call it. It is official. Wow, the sausage rolls are fine. The sausage rolls have been out here a little bit longer than either of those things I just put in a bin liner. But so yeah, these private selection everything topping hot dog sausage rolls, whatever. Apparently they've got some kind of zombie GMO whatever. Oh, that's okay. I forgot I had that. Oh, definitely forgot I had that. Oh, hey, I didn't even put one of my own ties on. Forget I had that. Okay. To be fair, I'm from an open air community pantry, so that's what I'm doing after tonight's stream. Sorry, Miss Fee, I didn't see you over there by the door. I just tossed my my bin bag to the door. Because that's what I'm doing tonight after the stream. Is I am going out to I'm going out with my bicycle. I'm going to drop off a few things at the community pantry. So, I might have could have brought this up in the life and stuff update. So I've replaced my dish rack for something that makes a little better use of the space. So the old one, I'm putting this on community pantry stuff. So, you know, because I've noticed, like, you try and take these, like, you try and put stuff like this out at a tag sale, yard sale, garage sale, whatever. Like, I know tag sale is like a fairly generic one. Rummage sale is another generic US one, whatever. But yeah, you take these out and you put these there. Even if you clean it up immaculately, people don't want to buy this, but they'll buy it at thrift shops and they'll take it free from a community pantry thing. That is so weird. I don't understand that. Like, I know I've bought these things from like neighborhood tag sales, but okay. I guess I'm unusual in that respect. Sure, that makes sense. I'm unusual in many respects. So yeah, then what happens is, so yeah, I got booted from somebody's Discord, even though, like, I was one of the, you know, quote unquote, pioneering members of their, you know, Discord community, and they're, you know, definitely within the first 500 of their YouTube audience. But yeah, they wanted to get all up in ideological purity because I was pointing out some legit doublespeak that I have seen used by people in the asexual community. In fact, like, I have written a legit script. I've written a legit script for, like, when I do an upload on this topic. I've written a legit script. And this script not only features myself with speaking lines, but I've decided to make use of my collection of cuddly toys. I love Squishables. I collect a bunch of them. You can probably find my Squishables wish list right now. Right now I'm focusing the stuff I end up buying for myself on either stuff I could use for Bicycle Tour of Wales, or like a couple books that I want to read for review. So yeah, like, where was I going? Oh yeah, Squishables. Like, if you want to gift me with a Squishable or two, like, I've gotten, I treated myself this year to the Squishables Squee Club, which is like $29 a year, and you get free shipping on all orders, which I did the maths. That ends up basically like prepaying for the first 3 purchases you make a year, plus like an extra $2, which you can say like goes to, you know, was like, you know, is because they also send you a free Squishable micro with a little clip on it. So yeah, it's like basically like prepaying your first 3 orders of the year and a $2 Squee Club exclusive micro. So it is more than worth it. You know, especially if you love them and collect them, which I kind of do. I love them. So yeah, like, because I don't have much in the area of puppets, I was just gonna like take my Squishables and like make little like stupid voices for them, like just kind of like bobbing them around as if they're speaking like puppet style, right? So, like I said, like I've written a legit skit for this because let me read a couple of lines to illustrate my point. Now, one thing that you see, like if you were at all familiar with internet asexual subculture, and I say subculture rather than, you know, sexual orientation community, because that's more what it is. Like, it shares more in, like, you see the asexual community online, and they share more in common, like the way that they structure a bit. It seems far more similar to a fandom than it does to, you know, like even, you know, the LGBT community online. Like, even trans people online, like yes, there is still there's a heavy discourse amongst trans people online, like especially amongst ourselves. Like when cis people drop their 2 cents in, that pales in comparison to how trans people will discourse at each other online, okay? But like when you see it, when you see like asexuals doing stuff amongst themselves, it's like, in fact, like an upcoming Sunday topic that I have like on is to break down how the asexual online subculture kind of functions like what Telltale Atheist, Owen Morgan, one of my favorite straight boy crushes, who, if you are deep in channel and chat lore, if I ever get a chance to consensually lick his face, I will know for sure whether or not he tastes like strawberry ice cream. But I digress. So, he does a lot of videos, for like the two people who might be unfamiliar watching, before watching this video either live or in archive. So if you're unfamiliar with Owen Telltale Atheist, he's an ex-Jehovah's Witness, and he ended up kind of begrudgingly leaving Jehovah's Witnesses, and in his excommunication, which he describes it very much like his mother will outright shun him, like when he meets up with other family members. She will act like he does not exist, right? So yeah, he's studied a lot about how to identify cults and extremist groups, and he is absolutely identified Jehovah's Witnesses as a religious cult. It is a centralized, focused religious cult, which, at least if you listen to his logic explaining that, I can't argue with it. I cannot think of any way to dispute his conclusion. So that's what I mean by I can't argue with that. So he's also addressed how, like, other religious communities, like, is it or is it not a cult? Like, that was a series he had going on his primary channel, or once primary channel. He's got like 3 different versions of himself on YouTube. I know one is focused more on his retro video game hobby, and the other 2 are somehow divided between, like, when he's talking about more religious kind of stuff or more political kind of stuff. I forget which is which, but yeah, like, one of his early series was, identifying, okay, is this religious group a cult? Is this religious group a cult? He's decided Amish, Mennonites are a cult. And again, using his logic, which he's based on the bite model, and I forget who first devised that, but yeah, he's based his cult and extremist group gradient on the bite model. He's decided that vegans are kind of in this gray area where, that yes, it is by its nature an extreme thing, but it is not. But veganism is not quite something he would say is a level 1 cult, which is focused more on thought control and information control. So yeah, bite model: behavior control, information control, thought control, emotional control. BITE: behavior, information, thoughts, emotions. And by his assessment, Jehovah's Witnesses tick all 4 boxes, because the way his mother shuns him when he's meeting up with other family members who are not nearly as extreme as she is, like she will talk to his, I forget if they're married, but like, she'll talk to his partner, but not to him. Like, she'll talk to his partner, but not to him. Somebody, I think that's Steampunk Act. And I'm guessing that, like, based on, I'm low vision, so the way I've got things set, it makes it a little bit easier for me to read, but even at an arm's length distance like I am right now, if it's not quite, so I'm just, like, going on, like, about what it looks like. So, like, at this point, like, only the bright white text of what people are saying in chat is visible to me, but, like, stuff where it's not quite as high contrast, like the names, that's something. That's not quite as distinguishable, so I'm just going on, like, how I've gotten used to looking at stuff. So, okay, that does say Steampunk Act. Then he says, love Owen. As an ex-Catholic, I like hearing his logicness about things. Find myself also unable to argue against his logic. Oh, yeah, and, Kathleen says, gotta love those preservatives. Oh, yeah, about the private selection Kroger hot dog rolls. Oh, God, yeah. Like, I don't know how those are still apparently good. But yeah, like they're like the only, and it's only certain Kroger private selection stuff that I can have, like, you know, due to like its lack of soy content. Like I can't have their private selection whole grain white bread or whatever it is, but I can have the everything bagel topping, the golden brioche, right? So it's like, if I need hot dog rolls, I'll go to the private selection stuff first and in a pinch. But ideally, I do prefer some nicer stuff. But yeah, so yeah, like, oh right, because Telltale Atheist Cults and Extremist grading. So yeah, he's got his level 1 cult-like hard extremists. So yeah, like with vegans. So yeah, he said like vegans are in this group where it is definitely decentralized. Yes, they focus a lot on information and ethics, but they are so decentralized that while some vegans may engage in level 1 cult or extremist behaviors, most vegans are, like, yeah, by their nature, it's an extreme, kind of lifestyle, like just, like I said, like it is taking the ethics of suffering to a logical conclusion that that people who eat meat whilst knowing about this either have, such as myself, where I kind of have to because of like legit dietary needs and concerns, like a soy allergy, like borderline anemia, like, and all that. So, but yeah, there are some who will go into the area where it's level 1 cultish, right? It's level 1 cultish, level 1 extremist. And the more I observe as an outsider, quote unquote, who has infiltrated, even though I don't post, like I lurk for the most part on Facebook's AVEN group, AVEN, Asexuality, Visibility and Education Network, AVEN. So yeah, like for the most part I lurk. If somebody's asking a legit question about, like sexual desire, I'll just say straight up, like, libido is literally defined as sexual desire. Like there's no way to separate the two, like some people in that group and on the official asexuality.org forum for AVEN. So like some people will try and like split hairs on this. And that's where I get into, so like I said, like in a couple weeks, I want to do a Sunday topic where I kind of break down outline style. So like this will be like quasi-scripted in a couple weeks, about like how the asexual internet subculture behaves very cultish, at least, in the Telltale level 1 cult gradient level, right? So, it's all about thought control. It's all about information control, especially thought and to a lesser extent emotional control. So why do I say it? Well, okay. You know what? I'm gonna put a pin on that for a couple weeks. So, but because tonight's topic was going to be doublespeak, the doublespeak that you see. So if you are a person, much like myself, who is kind of curious and thinks, hey, okay, this is something I have not become especially familiar with before. Let me try and familiarize myself with this and figure out what I think. And, so if you're a person like myself in that regard, I don't remember to take this out before I made a canoe dye bath. You know what? I'm gonna, hold on. No, I don't. You know what? I'm gonna use the little wee yogurt jar for that, for the cherry pick. So, like, as Riley Grace Rochong says, oh my gosh, I love her too. I don't agree with her politics 100%, maybe about 50%. She seems a bit more married to the idea of liberal socialized Democratic Party line. Like, you know, she's like right. She seems like kind of like right on that edge between you know, your mainline U.S. Democrat and your U.S. Socialized Democrat, like Bernie Sanders. Well, I get the impression from, like, you know, like looking up some of the history on Bernie Sanders' political career that he kind of went from hardline socialist to socialized Democrat. Well, he describes himself as a democratic socialist, which is where I'd say is like between socialized Democrat and mainstream, or like, you know, mainline socialist. So yeah, he describes himself as a democratic socialist, but a lot of the policies he's been, you know, kind of advocating for in recent years is more like socialized Democrats, because he's trying to be a bit more what's the word? Not a there's a word. Trying to be more not egalitarian. Pragmatic. He's trying to be a bit more pragmatic. So, you know, like idealistically, he's probably a democratic socialist, mainline socialist, but politically he goes a bit more socialized Democrat, just as a pragmatic move. Or at least that's what I've concluded. So anyway, asexual doublespeak. So that's right, Riley Grace Rochon. Let's take a hypothetical, as she says in many of her streams and uploads. Let's take a hypothetical. You are much like myself, or at least the person I was about, what year? You are much like the person I was in 2017, hypothetically. And it is, let's see, in 2017, I want to say, let's just ballpark say May the 10th, right? May the 10th. So I've been out of hospital after my lower surgery that has my genuine human weenus. So yeah, like you're home from hospital for a day with your brand spanking new ultra shiny genuine human weenus. But for a number of reasons, one of them being this was a major surgery. You probably shouldn't be doing too much that would needlessly stress your body, because you want the stitches to heal nicely, right? You know, so you are spending a lot of time when you're not yelling at the car alarm outside that's going off for absolutely no reason at 9 a.m. when you've been asleep maybe 4 hours. So yeah, like when you're not calling the car alarm in your, you know, in your building's car lot, you know, a fucking bastard, you are in your bed scrolling through Facebook because you have nothing better to do. You end up finding yourself in a number of Facebook LGBTQ discourse groups because you have nothing better to do, because you are trying to let your body heal properly after a major surgery on your weenus. Or your urethra, if that is, like, you know, your own equipment. But hypothetically, you are more like the person I was approximately May 10th, 2017. You are at least kind of curious what this goddamn asexual discourse that you are seeing for literally the first time in your life, because you are finally in that state of having nothing better to do. So you're scrolling through Facebook like a jackass. And unlike how it commonly works, like Twitter is not the website that makes me a bit of a jackass. For some reason, Facebook makes me a bit of a jackass. Everybody likes to go on about like, oh, Twitter's so toxic. Why is Twitter so toxic? What makes Twitter? What is it about Twitter that makes people act so goddamn toxic? I did do something like, there was a, it was the Morning Veil, M-O-U-R-N, Veil Moth that was a part of this, but I am going to do something with the Luna Moth. I just haven't quite decided, but it was a two-for thing, and it was only something like $2 more than just the morning veil by herself. So, actually, I think that one might be a male. But yeah, I gotta wash this platter. Okay, so yeah, much like myself, approximately, like I said, May 10th, 2017, you are bored shitless, so you're scrolling through Facebook. You discover LGBTQ discourse groups, and you suddenly find yourself knee-deep in doublespeak, and you are getting kicked out of certain discourse groups, and find yourself being invited to other discourse groups by people created by people who were also kicked out of the discourse groups you were kicked out of. As you see, this is getting very convoluted, which is why I've scripted a legit skit for when I do an upload of this portion. So, I'm just gonna, because there's the small shopping cart over yonder, so fuck it, it's the, oh hey, there's the removable ones, okay. Yeah, excuse me, the permanent mounting squares. Yeah, those are not with the blue stripe. Okay, well that puzzle's gonna be a bitch to take off the wall if ever I move out of here, which I eventually will. My eventual plan is to expatriate to Wales. This has been a dream of mine since I was like 11. I'm not getting into that right now. I will be getting into it when I start doing, you know, some stuff leading up to the bicycle tour I'll be taking. At this point, I'm hoping for about this time next year. So, but I digress. Oh, right, that's there because I'm doing stuff. Okay, those are there for a reason. It's not worth sitting at the box grater for however long to turn that into usable breadcrumbs. So, okay, where was I going? Yeah. So you're finding yourself getting kicked out of certain LGBTQ discourse groups on Facebook. You're finding yourself getting invited to new LGBTQ discourse groups on Facebook because, you know, created by people who also got kicked out of the other LGBTQ discourse groups on Facebook. So like I said, like for some reason, I get into like little ranty, you know, like quasi-philosophical tweet threads to myself, or like with friends of mine on pagan Twitter. I'm fine on Twitter. I have a good time on Twitter. I find myself having interesting conversations on Twitter. So yeah, it's not anything about Twitter in specific that, you know, gives the reputation of jackassery or toxicity, as, you know, is the new, like, advertiser-friendly term that they use. But I swore a lot in last week's stream, too, so I'm not being too careful about, you know, holding my tongue this week. And that stream is still legit monetized. Cross my fingers. So, yeah. It's nothing about, like, I'm sure I'm gonna watch Thought Slime, where he does the "Why is Twitter so toxic?" And I'm sure he's gonna have some reasons that seem good enough to himself. I was making sorbet, so and I did make a one that I traded to. Actually, like, he put me on his, ow, damn it, my friend at the liquor store around the corner where I get my bags of ice to make sorbets and ice creams and whatnot. He's put me on his tab when I'm coming to get ice cream supplies. Ooh, fun. But yeah, I didn't have enough ice last night to do the whole thing of sorbet slurry that I made with a couple of overripe mangoes that I got from Kroger. Like, one of them, like, I could kind of like squish my thumb deep enough into it to say, like, this is nicely ripe. This is what most people about my age and definitely younger might consider a spoiled mango, because they are used to eating brutally underripe fruit, and like there's a reason it kind of tastes like styrofoam when you eat it. Like, there's a reason a lot of people, like, you know, like Gene Belcher says, I don't know why people eat fruit. It is not that good. I'm like, no, that's because you're eating it underripe. So of course it tastes like shit. Like, of course it tastes kind of like. That's what I forgot to. So yeah, I got something from Crepe Nation, which is like this little crepe place that I get delivered via Grubhub. Oh my gosh, I had a fruit cup from there as a side to my massive fruit-filled crepe. The mango in this was so underripe. It kind of was almost styrofoamy in texture. It was kind of gross, but I ate it anyway because, you know, it's already been cut and sliced. Like, if you can't do the paper bag trick to get it to ripen at that point, you know, like it's not going to ripen. It's going to spoil after you've already cut into it. But whatever. So as I was saying before, so like you're curious, and you know, and this is the point where Facebook kind of turned me into a jackass, because I would get into these. I would see these people. And by these people, I mean those in the online asexual subculture. So, okay. So the first bit of doublespeak that I noticed, from the online asexual subculture, OAS. Nah, I'll just say the small ace beans, because it's like 2 or 3 fewer syllables than online asexual subculture. Online asexual subculture. Small ace beans. Yep, that is like 5 syllables fewer than online asexual subculture. And in fact, like a bunch of people, much like myself, in these Facebook discourse groups that were created, you know, to kind of, you know, the meanie exclu discourse groups, right? So yeah, like we've kind of defaulted to saying small ace beans, right? Cause yeah, like, okay, so you go to asexuality.org. This will be the official site for AVEN, the Asexual Visibility and Education Network. They define sexual attraction. So first off, they define asexuality as a human sexual orientation, as being, you know, because like, as, you know, to differentiate from biological asexualities, such as like how certain species of sponge will bud off, you know, and reproduce that way. Of course, most sponges actually like will have sporing seasons where like their spores will mix with another member of the same species, those spores. And so like they'll have a sporing season and then a budding season where they can just kind of like clone each other that way, right? Sponges are actually really kind of fascinating, you know, for such a simple animal, right? But yeah, so like to differentiate from, you know, biological or, you know, zoological asexuality, right? You know, they define asexuality as a human sexual orientation as one being the lack of experiencing sexual attraction. This is where I first see the doublespeak, because, okay, the lack of human sexual attraction. So, and I say this is the first part of doublespeak because you will then very soon see people referring to the asexual spectrum. So, by lacking sexual attraction, this somehow makes a spectrum. This is literal nonsense. This is literal nonsense. So, okay. Let us take... So, to lack a trait, there is only one way to lack a trait. Let's take these empty Talenti jars. Well, okay. Let's take these Talenti jars that have been scraped clean of their sea salt caramel gelato and Roman raspberry sorbet. Okay, so let's take these. Let's take these Talenti jars. So, see, this one is full of condiment packets from what's it called? From takeout and delivery services. This one is empty. This one is a condiment, right? This one lacks being filled with condiments. This one has condiments. Lettuce. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Okay, these were ones that I was going to turn into a thing. So, let's say this one, because condiments will do the thing, right? Okay, so let's put the lid there. So, this one is filled with condiments. This is what, well, okay, like it's almost completely packed to the brim with condiments. So this is what asexuals would like to tell you is the average rate of sexual attraction. This is allosexuality, right? This is asexuality. This is the a condiment talenti jar. As you see, it is completely without condiments. Now, asexuals will then say, oh, wait, no, see, asexuality is a spectrum. So if you only have some condiments in your empty talenti jar, you get to still call yourself the same as the a condiment talenti jar. But see, in reality, we see that this jar shares more in common with this jar because, unlike this jar, this one has some condiments. This is demisexual. But, you know, demisexual is another point of, you know, or gray asexual, gray sexual. But see, like, these two words are basically interchangeable. Like, I have yet to see anyone who can make a logical differentiation between the two that is not fundamentally circular. Like, ultimately, the definition, it's like people trying to split hairs between bisexual and pansexual. Oh, but see, bisexuals are attracted to people with a gender like one's own and unlike one's own, whereas pansexuals are attracted to people regardless of their gender. Oh, so they are attracted to people who have a gender like one's own and unlike one's own. Yes, but it's regardless of their gender. I'm like, and yet I go to bisexual activists who have been writing and speaking since the late 1960s. Since before Stonewall, you can find quotes from bisexual activists who say that they are attracted to people regardless of that other person's gender. That this is a fully faceted, multidimensional sexual orientation that is not fundamentally reliant upon the other person's gender. Meaning that basically pansexuals hijacked a long-standing definition of bisexuality because to them, the term bisexual has become tainted by media stereotypes of the slutty bisexual who will, like, hop in bed and bounce on the genitals of, like, anybody, okay? So yeah, like, you go onto the Avon forum, there is no meaningful difference between gray sexuality or gray ace than there is from demisexuality. Like, gray ace define themselves as, well, sometimes I'm asexual, but sometimes I'm not. Demisexuals will say, oh, well, I'm only attracted to people who I've built a strong emotional bond with. And I'm like, bitch, when I had, like, a massive high school crush on Johnny Depp, admit it, most of us did. At least if you're into guys. Most of us in the 1990s did, especially in the goth scene. Why? Because in an A&E biography episode on Johnny Depp, Tim Burton was quoted by A&E people as saying that he thinks of, like, the all-time, you know, like, classic director and leading man or, you know, leading lady teams, you know, like, shit. I forget who worked with Cary Grant a lot. And Orson Welles often directed his own stuff. So I'm kind of brain farting here, but like David Lynch and Kyle MacLachlan, right? And Tim Burton says that, you know, he always figured that kind of pairing of like, you know, an iconic kind of director who works a lot with an iconic leading actor or actress. They see that, the director sees that actor as a more attractive version of the director's self, right? And so I can see that. I can see how Tim Burton sees Johnny Depp as a more attractive version of himself, which kind of makes me question my attraction to Kyle MacLachlan, because David Lynch's surrealism on training wheels, and I don't always think it's a good thing. Like there's like maybe 3 films that are the reason I allow David Lynch to live and continue making movies. Or at least that would be why I allow him to live if I had the power of who lives and who dies. But that's another story for another time. So anyway, so yeah, like when I was in high school, when I was a high school goth kid, as a lot of us were, unless you're in the area of half my age, or, you know, like if you're in your 20s, you don't know what it was like to be a goth in the 90s because you were born in the 90s. You were like at most like 9 when they ended, right? Okay, so you probably weren't a goth in the 90s. You probably barely paid attention to what goths in the 90s were doing, if you paid any attention to them. So you were probably a goth in the mid-noughts, right? So whatever. But yeah, there's a few older people like myself in our early 40s who were goths in the 90s. Whether you are, you know, still a full-time lifer, you know, dressing to some degree of eccentric in your old age, much like myself. And yes, I know I'm saying this wearing a tie-dyed shirt that I kind of tried to make a pink triangle on through the tie-dye process, but it kind of looked all half-assed. But Pride Month. And, you know, Nick Cave wore a lot of paisley shirts in the 80s, so put that in your pipe and smoke it. So where was I going with this? So yes, I'm a high school goth kid in the 1990s. Some of you were as well. Many of us, unless you're like a completely heterosexual man or a lesbian, you probably had a crush on Johnny Depp. Now, I had a crush on Johnny Depp in the 1990s. Now, this was before I became friends with a relatively close cousin of his. I've mentioned this friend of mine before a couple of times. I know I've mentioned this friend in the comments on one of, at least one of Angela's live streams, but she doesn't archive those. So yeah, like, but yeah, like, a friend of mine, a good friend of mine, is a relatively close cousin of Johnny Depp's. In fact, my friend is one of the few members of Johnny Depp's extended biological family with whom he maintains regular, you know, like he maintains a relationship with my friend, because my friend is one of the few members of his extended family who is not constantly begging him for money. So my friend was once venting to me because like he was trying to like get up some money to because he's also trans, so he was trying to pay for one of his surgeries, I forget which, and he's trying to save up some money. Like him and his wife are trying to save up some money for the surgery, and he's venting to me because his mother literally said, "Why don't you just go ask your cousin John for the money?" And he says, "Mom, there's a reason my cousin still talks to me, and it's because I don't ask him for money." And while, I mean, if I brought it up in conversation, if he offered, I wouldn't turn it down. But if he's going to pay for it, I want him to feel like this was a choice he made freely. I'm not going to just beg him for money. So, okay, yeah, but yeah, like I said, when I was a high school goth in the 1990s, this was before I knew anything about Johnny Depp's personal life, and that is going to be like next week's headliner topic, I believe, because there was like some recent stuff about one of his cases against Amber Heard. So put a pin in that for next week. But yes, to continue with my example about my crush on Johnny Depp in the 1990s. Now, I had what I felt was an emotional connection that influenced my crush on Johnny Depp, if not created my crush on Johnny Depp, because of a combination of the characters he played, who he said in interviews he, you know, identifies with many of these characters on some level. Like, you know, like Edward Scissorhands is like, it's the sad goth boy Frankenstein. Think about it. Edward Scissorhands is a sad goth boy Frankenstein. This is like Tim Burton retelling Frankenstein, but Frankenstein is like a sad goth boy with Robert Smith hair who, you know, like really tries to be part of society, but ends up unintentionally hurting those he loves. You know, whereas like, you know, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, she's just like, well, I mean, this was like part of like the toxic, you know, relationship that went into his creation. So of course he lashed out. Like if you actually read the book, oh my gosh, so the creation, who's kind of been retroactively named Adam, though some fans refer to him as Prometheus, but I think Adam was the name given to him in the 1998 film Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. That is literally my favorite film version of Frankenstein. That is literally my favorite film version of Frankenstein. I don't know why I don't have that on DVD yet. Or maybe I do and I forgot about it. Whatever. But yes, okay. So yes, my crush on Johnny Depp was based on what I felt was an emotional connection that he and I, in theory, could have had based on, you know, things he said about his life in interviews, based on the characters he played in movies, who he said he often felt some kind of affinity with, you know, like I said, like Edward Scissorhands is sad goth boy Frankenstein's creation. You know, he's sad goth boy Adam from Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, right? That's Edward Scissorhands, and that's like yes, oh my gosh, we are so much alike, Johnny Depp, who I've never actually met in my life because I'm a 13-year-old goth kid and 1992 or something, but I have created this emotional connection in my head. So like this is like kind of how most people, especially the like Natalie Wynn, aka ContraPoints, she does mention this briefly in her video Shame, that since going on HRT for you know, for estrogen as a trans woman, she's felt the way that she will feel sexually attracted to other people is more like how demisexuals define themselves, but she finds that term contentious for a number of reasons because for her it's, you know, it just seems to be such a socially ingrained way of and such a socially expected way for people, especially women, to express their sexuality. And I'm using women in a very loose term. I'm not only referring to cisgender women, but also a significant number of trans women on HRT who have said similar to Natalie about how they now respond sexually to others. I'm including, you know, AFAB trans people who went through a teenage puberty, but much like myself, though as I get older, and this has to do with the fact that the prefrontal cortex in your brain is not fully physically mature, and this part of your brain is associated with emotional regulation, and you know, so people on various neurodivergent spectra, sections of that prefrontal cortex usually mature a bit later. So, you know, I've got ADHD, mixed presentation, I am neurodivergent, and so yeah, I think I settled into a more solid emotional maturity. So yeah, like the average neurotypical person, they settle into an emotional maturity in their mid-20s, give or take a year. Like, you know, like most people say, you know, like, you know, it's like say 26. I know one of my therapists, my most recent therapist said 26, just because you wanna add on that extra year, just because, right? Well, as a professional anyway, in, you know, her summary. So yeah, like at about 26, give or take a year for the average neurotypical person, but especially a lot of, you know, AMAB or cisgender men, you know, AMAB puberty or cisgender men, the prefrontal cortex has been observed that not every time, but a lot of the time, there can be a tendency for that part of the brain to finish physically developing by one's early 30s. like I think in the studies about this, it was determined like 34 seems to be a bit, seems to be like the oldest they've seen this observed, at least in this, for people who've participated in the studies. So, where was I going? I was going, yes, the first bit of asexual doublespeak is to try and say a lack of experiencing sexual attraction, which I'm representing through this a condiment packet talenti jar. This is a talenti jar that lacks condiments. Therefore, for this analogy, with a visual aid, this is a lack of sexual attraction. This is Avon's definition of asexual as a human or sexual orientation. Then you've got your gray sexual, demisexual talenti jar that is partially filled with condiment packets. Then Avon likes to say, well, then there's the allosexuals who feel sexual attraction regularly. What the hell does that even mean? But you observe the way a lot of these people speak, and they seem to be under the impression that anybody who does not identify as demisexual or gray ace wants to bang everyone they see. And like that is part of the little script that I'm going to like puppet out with my squishables when I do a scripted and uploaded version of this little spiel here. So like you're getting the taster, right? You're getting the taster that's going to go into a little bit more than, it's going to have a bit more detail. When that's another thing, is like they always try to explain how sexual attraction works with these dumb food metaphors. It's always a dumb food metaphor. Like there's this one like super famous like Tumblr comic, which is just like kind of haphazardly drawn, like the character's like barely above a stick figure kind of thing, and it's like like think of asexuality as bacon. Like like the average allosexual person sees bacon and wants bacon. I'm like, honey, I eat meat, but just because I do eat meat does not mean I always eat meat. And even when I do eat meat, that doesn't mean I always want every meat. Like, I enjoy pork bacon. I kind of like turkey bacon a little bit better, but that's... I've got a weird... I'm weirdly specific about the fats, about the fatty textures that I like or don't like. And, like, turkey bacon is cooks very consistently. Pork belly bacon, not always. Like, it's more of a science to cook pork belly bacon, right? But, like, just because I like pork belly bacon doesn't mean every time I see pork belly bacon, I want pork belly bacon. But that's what this comic suggests. Like, to use their metaphor, like, given form of a comic strip, the allosexual sees a person of a gender they could theoretically be attracted to, and they necessarily feel an urge to bump uglies with that person. And that's not how it works. Because, like, when my mother would cook pork belly bacon, I hated it. Like, oh my God, my mother liked the really chewy, like, my mother, I swear she undercooked pork belly bacon. I swear she undercooked pork belly bacon because the fat was just like so globular and chewy. Then again, my maternal grandfather was Cornish, and he really loved to eat like pork and calf brain, which has a very gelatinous, fatty texture to it. Oh my God, it's disgusting. At least I think so. Like I said, my Cornish grandfather apparently loved it. I thought it was gross, but yeah. So like when my mother would cook pork belly bacon, she cooked it the way my maternal grandfather would kind of lightly saute his pork brain, so it was like, the fatty part of pork belly bacon was kind of gelatinous and very, very chewy, like you could like chew it for like 5 whole minutes and it still wouldn't like, you know, like you would have to actually like really work your molars to get this mushy enough to swallow by the like whole you know, chew each bite like 22 times or something. So yeah, so like my mother could cook pork belly bacon. I hated it. I thought it was disgusting. When I cook pork belly bacon, I've decided pork belly bacon is more of a science, you know, like it's more of a science, and I don't quite understand all the variables perfectly. I cook it in the oven more often than not, and on wire racks. So like when I cook pork belly bacon, I enjoy it. But any other person, if they cook, I may or may not like this. So already the asexual, you know, community, or rather like the small ace bean to signify the online asexual subculture, by this very popular Tumblr comic strip, like I said, they represent the allosexual who sees bacon and wants bacon. But like I said, that's not how it plays out in real life. That's not how it plays out in real life. Like, I can see a dude and I may or may not find him physically attractive based on, you know, like when I was, oh shit, when I was first on HRT when I was 25 and I ended up like spraining my, yeah, it was my right wrist because of how testosterone operates in the body. So yeah, like 6 weeks HRT, I sprained my wrist from having some alone time with the computer. And I would get quite libidinous, very visually. Like, and that's the funny thing is like, there's always a strong vision to how I would gauge my attraction to a person. I've always been like very sexually visual, which is, I mean, I hate to sound stereotyping here, but that's kind of one of the reasons, at least for me personally, why I always, you know, felt my gender identity is inherently male, right? I mean, that's not to say there are people who who do identify as women who don't, you know, who don't have that experience. I'm sure there are some, but in my case, you know, that is something I felt, you know, helped define my gender identity as it was forming and developing, you know, from young childhood through adolescence. So, like I said, yeah, like I hit my boy puberty. I sprained my wrist because I am now far more visually excited about attractive people than previously, and I was already far more visual about it than most AFAB people I knew. So yeah, but still, like, you know, as an emotionally mature person, relatively speaking, as somebody who went through an AFAB puberty from age 10 to just before HRT, so like 24. So yeah, from like age 12 approximately to 24, as a person on AFAB puberty, like yes, there's always a strong emotional component. After my my prefrontal cortex, as you know, a person on the neurodivergent ADHD spectrum, I feel like I settled into a more defined emotional maturity, like a more nuanced emotional maturity in my late 20s. So yeah, like emotions play a much stronger component in whether or not I feel meaningfully sexually attracted to a person than when I was 25 and spanking it quite regularly to the point that I sprained my wrist. So, like I said, this is part of asexual doublespeak. They will say that this has more in common with this because it is less than this. But see, that's not how a spectrum works. Now, when you talk about neurological, like neurodivergent spectra, there is only one way to be a person who does not have ADHD. I'm not saying neurotypical because you can have another neurodivergence and not have ADHD, but there's only one way to not have ADHD, and that is to lack sufficient diagnostic criteria to have that diagnosis. That means you don't have ADHD. But if you are ADHD predominantly inattentive, that may, like, depending on your lifestyle, ADHD predominantly inattentive may have a few issues. ADHD predominantly hyperactive may have few issues in the other direction. ADHD mixed presentation, which is how I'm diagnosed, will have a lot of issues. But see, there's only one way to not be on the ADHD spectrum, and that is to lack the bare minimum diagnostic criteria. So as we see, having a spectrum, being on a spectrum of something necessitates having a trait, not lacking a trait. Oh, but asexuality is the lack of feeling sexually attracted to other people. But it can also be a spectrum where you're only sexually attracted to some people. That is an asexual spectrum. No, it's not. No, it literally is not, because well, yes it is. Yes it is, because my experience of sexual attraction is conditional. It's only under specific conditions. That is literally how everybody works. That is literally how everybody works. And I know this because you don't see the average person saying, oh yeah, I'll bang that person, or wait, no, like the average person, just based on, just based on statistics, is most likely heterosexual. And, so they're just like, okay, well, I'm only attracted to people with a gender distinctly unlike my own. So yeah, like all these people of that gender, I'll bang that person, I'll bang that person, I'll bang that person, I'll bang all those people of the gender that I am heterosexually attracted to. And that is, I will bang them all. I will bang them all, I'll bang anything that moves. Like they seem to think that the average person is Jason Mewes in the first Clerks movie. Oh, bang anything that moves! No, you won't, Jason. No, you won't. And I know this because I've read Kevin Smith's blog. Or actually, like that just, I don't know. Like maybe when he was methed out, he would, but that's another story for another time. Nor is it even my story to tell. So, as we see, the doublespeak already begins when they start going on about how asexuality is a spectrum. No, it's not, because a spectrum would necessitate possessing a trait. Like I said, people who do not have ADHD do not meet the minimum diagnostic criteria for either ADHD predominantly inattentive or ADHD predominantly hyperactive. No. The person without ADHD lacks predominantly hyperactive criteria and lacks diagnostic criteria for predominantly inattentive. Like the average person who does not have ADHD is not either possessing a diagnostic criteria for inattentive, nor possessing a diagnostic criteria for hyperactive. The average person without ADHD simply does not have the diagnostic criteria for ADHD. Like this is not a spectrum of without ADHD. This is on the spectrum of having ADHD. Like not all people with ADHD are mixed presentation like myself. Some are predominantly inattentive, some are predominantly hyperactive. I don't know why I'm doing it this way. I ran out of condiments to put in Talenti jars. Like, here's another empty Talenti jar, but behold, I lack sufficient ketchup packets from various Grubhub deliveries. So yeah, like already the doublespeak begins when you go to the Avon forum and you see asexual, special interest topic, demisexual, gray asexual special interest topic, and this is somehow supposed to be on a spectrum of lacking a trait. No, that's not how a spectrum works. My moderator who was on tonight, they had to take off for bed because they unusually have to work a Monday tomorrow, and I did not clear that with them. I probably should in the future. Okay, that's going to get added to next week's little structure scheduling updates. Okay, is that I'll probably communicate with my moderators a little bit more regularly, right? Especially for the Sunday topics, because Lucifer's usually Argyle Dinosaur. They're usually a bit more able than my other three moderators. There's also on YouTube, his handle is Fat Jesus. I don't think he's had any videos in the longest time. Then there's Adrienne, Lygia Resurrected. She's another moderator. And Queenie Todd. They took a hiatus that they lifted very recently. I think it was for mental health reasons. I'll go tune into the archive of their live stream, which happened while I was busy doing stuff a couple days ago. So those are my other three live stream chat moderators, but Lucifer's the most consistent one. So yeah, at the very least, I should communicate things with Lucifer a little bit more. That's prominent enough. I'll remember it. So, like I said, the asexual doublespeak already begins when you first look at the Avon forum. They're already trying to convince you that having a presumed lower rate of a trait has more in common with lacking the trait than it does with having the trait in abundance. That's not how a spectrum works. That is not how a spectrum works. So like I said, the doublespeak has already begun. But then you will ask them for further definitions. So how are they even defining sexual attraction? Thus, how do they know they lack this? They define sexual attraction as attraction with the desire to engage in sexual intercourse, by which I'm assuming below the belt penetration in one form or another. You see a lot of people using very heteronormative definitions of what sexual intercourse or having sex is on the Avon forum, which is a huge reason I say this is not inherently a part of the LGBT community, because they already are coming in with very heteronormative experiences, because as illustrated by Natalie Wynn, aka ContraPoint, in her video Shame, women, which may be reinforced on some hormonal level when it mixes with one's neurology, but women are generally socially expected to only want sex. Think about how, okay, so I mentioned little niece because little niece is graduating kindergarten tomorrow. So I did that in the life update portion of this evening's stream. And so little niece is graduating kindergarten tomorrow. Little niece is 5 years old. Little niece is going to be 6 years old in 6 weeks because little niece and I share a birthday, and she is literally my favorite little kid in the world. She is the greatest little kid in the world. You may think other little kids are, but it's okay to be wrong. My stream, my rules for who is the greatest little kid in the world. You have your own stream, your own little niece or your own child or whatever. They can be the greatest little kid in the world, okay? So yeah, so hypothetically, let's say little niece approaches me at our birthday party to next month. It's going to be a shared birthday party. because I'm that cool. Plus we share a birthday, so why the hell not? One cake, right? And then I take cupcakes with me to the club on the Saturday afterward, right? All right. But yeah, so little niece and I, say hypothetically, little niece approaches me at the birthday party in 6 weeks, and for some reason, because 6-year-old logic, little niece decides to ask me, where do babies come from? And say I was in a position where I was comfortable answering this. So like, say I was a primary custodial family member and she was not primarily living with family friend, because my sister, little niece's mother, has passed away due to, long story short, poor mental health care. Okay, that is, I mentioned it in a stream back in February. If you want to go watch the archive of that, be my guest. But yeah, it ultimately comes down to poor mental health care, just for the sake of brevity. So, say for some reason, I am in a position where I am comfortable answering this question. And say I am a halfway normal person. I think I'm in the area of a halfway normal, but in some ways anyway. In some ways. So, now think about how you would answer this question. Think about how when you were approximately 5 years old and you asked your parents and other trusted adult members of your family and your family's friends, so like, you know, trusted adult friends of your parents. So like, think about how they answered this question. They do not, you know, just like bluntly state, oh, well, you know, see, well, how do babies come from? The simplest explanation is, you know, a woman, you know, an AFAB woman and an AMAB man, you know, like a cisgender woman, a cisgender man, they'll just like bang it out and sperm goes up the hoo-ha and 9 months later, baby, right? Most people don't do that. You'll see people sarcastically do that in the form of a, like, you know, a 2-minute cartoon, you know, Ill Will Press, aka Foamy the Squirrel, right? Like, that's how Foamy the Squirrel would explain where babies come from to a 5-year-old, but I'm not Foamy the Squirrel. I'm not a cartoon character. I just kind of act like one sometimes because I don't know. Because I'm neurodivergent with ADHD and my brain just kind of bounces all around sometimes. So, like, you're a halfway normal person. You meet the bare minimum of a halfway normal person. Your parents, when you asked this question of them when you were 5 years old, think about how they answered. I will bet good money that they said, well, see, little insert name, when a mommy and daddy love each other very much, they decide to have a baby. And daddy puts his seed in the mommy and it mixes with mommy's egg and 9 months later, baby. Right? So already we have it culturally ingrained in children from at least the age of 5, if not younger. I often see 3-year-olds answering this question. I often see 3-year-olds asking this question, like, you know, like the age where, like, you know, your average 3-year-old is like forming coherent sentences and starting to think philosophically, like in the most rudimentary forms of philosophical thinking. You know, like why are we here? Because we live here. Well, why do we live here? Because this is our house. But why do we live here in this house? Because it's what we can afford, child. But why is this what we can afford? Or even, like, if you were me at like 3 or 4 years old, at least according to my mother, who had her own issues, and she might have exaggerated certain aspects of my childhood because I was her gifted one, right? But whatever. I was her gifted shining star. I was her indigo baby. Oh my God, do I have something in me about that? But I'm not gonna digress too much further. So yeah, think about it. Your parents probably said to you some version of, well, little insert name, when a mommy and daddy love each other very much, daddy puts seed, mommy's egg, they somehow mix together. I'll get into the details when you're older and can like really sit on a more detailed, nuanced explanation like that. But, mommy and daddy, they love each other. Like, this prefaces sex from the time we are as young as 3, but let's say for the sake of brevity, about 5 years old. From the time we're about 5 years old, and we ask our parents, where do babies come from? Like, mommy, where did I come from? Why are you asking me this? But where did I come from? Are you asking where babies in general come from, or where did you specifically come from? And see, well, if you're Calvin's dad, you'll say, well, most people just go to Sears and buy the kit, but you were a blue light special at Kmart, almost as good, but a lot cheaper. And then your wife yells at you, and because I'm old as shit, and I still reference Calvin and Hobbes when I'm trying to make a point. But yeah, like, so we have it ingrained in us from about the age of 5 that love is necessary, or at least some like an emotional connection, a strong emotional connection is necessary for sexual attraction in some meaningful way, okay? Now, it doesn't always play out like that when we get older and our own sexuality starts to develop, and, we're like 15 years old and we're reading, like in my case at 15 years old, I was reading articles in Cosmopolitan. My stepmother had a subscription to New Woman, which was like an old kind of like liberal-ish feminist magazine. So I read a bunch of stuff from there. I read Sassy because I was 15 years old in the early 90s, right? And you just did. And they were far more blunt and borderline edgy than 17 and Young Miss were. So yeah, like, so like you're 15 and you're reading articles in magazines when you're as old as I am, or, like you're reading like Teen Vogue articles and Jezebel, and, what's the big like blogs marketed to boys? I don't know. I think, god damn, are teenage boys just like jumping into porn? Because I know like it was at least a TV trope in the 90s that that like teen boys would learn about sex by reading their mother's Cosmo. like this was a TV, staple in the 80s and 90s. Like, teen boys as much as teen girls would learn about sex by reading their mom's magazines. It was kind of hilarious and kind of true, right? So, and you learn that, like, okay, maybe sex isn't always or maybe love isn't always necessary for sex, but like if you're actually like taking in what the articles are saying, many of them will say, when there is that emotional connection, when there is that love, sex tends to be better, especially if you communicate your, likes and dislikes and all of that. Like, you have the emotional connection and sex is better with it, right? That's not inherently necessary, but it's better. So, like I said, like they're already trying to say that, like that's another thing. Is like the doublespeak is like, they're trying to say that this is not normal. Everybody tells me it's normal, but everybody tells me that when I explain demisexual, they're trying to tell me that that's just normal, but it's not. It's not normal. No, honey, this is normal. This is normal. This is what has been ingrained into you since you were like 4 years old. This is what your mom told you is how babies are made. She prefaced this, or your dad, like, let's not discount the, active fathers or even single fathers, but, it's like one of your parents explained where babies come from by prefacing it with some variant of, well, little insert name, when a mommy and daddy love each other very much. So, okay, if people are telling you demisexual is normal, think about that. Think about the first time your parents explained to you where babies come from. If you can't remember that far back, go watch any TV show centered around a family with younger children. So go watch reruns, and I'm showing my age with the term reruns. Like, go watch old episodes of Family Ties. Go watch old episodes of Full House. The first season is kind of watchable. The first season is kind of watchable. I was kind of, I was confused and scared when my younger sister died in summer of 2017. So yeah, we come back to my hypothetical at the beginning of the rant that has gone on a bit longer than I initially intended. But Lucifer's gonna have his day, like when he gets his lunch hour tomorrow with this, right? So, like my younger sister died summer of 2017, and worst ex and I were just starting to go together that summer as well. And so he came over one day, and I'm in the middle of like season 2 of Full House. And I'm embarrassed that I'm watching this, but it was younger sister's favorite show. In fact, I was able to scam younger sister with heads I win, tails you lose until she was 12 years old. But between the time like she was 9 years old and most kids figure out, okay, heads I win, so that means Rowan wins. Tails you lose, meaning younger sister loses, ergo Rowan wins. Like most 9-year-olds figure that out. Like by the time you're 9 years old, you will probably figure that out. If your 9-year-old has not figured out heads I win, tails you lose is a scam that older siblings play on them to, get their way. If your kid is 9 years old and still hasn't figured that out, I would recommend having the kid screened for something. I'm not saying this as a judgment. I'm not saying this makes them deficient in any sort of way. I'm saying neurologically, there's something up with your 9-year-old. If like they cannot figure out the scam of heads I win, tails you lose before their age hits the double digits, right? Like heads I win, tails you lose is how Louise gets her way with the Pesto twins, right? At least like this is how, to use Bob's Burgers, because I wrote some Bob's Burgers fanfic on Reddit today, and it's proved kind of popular. But I digress. So yeah, so like I said, it's like Full House. Season 1 of Full House is kind of watchable. It's not great. It's not great. It's on par with the better episodes of, what's that one? What's that one with the kids who ended up in custody of their rich uncle and Mr. French, his valet? A Family Affair. No, All in the Family was Archie Bunker. So yeah, like it's the first season of Full House is on par with the better episodes of A Family Affair. Which, it's also a show with little twin characters, though they weren't even biological siblings. They just, the characters were twins. And these two children could not act. Young children cannot act. Toddlers especially cannot act. Actually, like, watching the first season of Full House and then, like, all subsequent seasons, like, Jodie Sweetin was brutally underrated as a child actress. Oh my god. She is consistently good from season 1 through the end. Like, I can see why Dave Coulier and a couple other people, like, they kind of devised Fuller House, the Netflix sequel series. They kind of devised that as a vehicle for Jodie Sweetin because they felt awful that, after Full House ended, she was so brutally typecast, like she couldn't get work. Like, even though she is unimpressively, like, especially as a child. Oh my god, she was a brutally underrated child actress. She's what keeps some of the later season episodes, but only individual episodes, bearable. Other season 2 onward episodes of Full House are kept bearable because John Stamos is delicious. He is a very attractive man. And now that I'm old enough, it is not creepy for me to say he is a very attractive man. So yeah, like I said, I was able to scam my younger sister with heads I win, tails you lose until she was 12 years old. And even then, it was only after our stepmother explained the. So I brought up Full House not just because there's at least one episode of Full House where Bob Saget as Danny Tanner, who is very much unlike Bob Saget in real life. Oh my gosh, left to his own devices, Bob Saget is a hilariously raunchy man, and I kind of love it. Though I have to admit that at this stage in his career in comedy, part of it is the shock appeal of having grown up with Bob Saget as Danny Tanner on Full House, and then there's like the shock of him saying, oh, well, I'll put my finger up in your butt, and I'm like, oh my god, why did Danny Tanner say that? Never mind, this is Bob Saget, why, but yeah, so yeah, like there is at least one episode of Full House where Bob Saget as Danny Tanner has to explain either to Jodie Sweetin or an Olsen, Stephanie and Michelle. So there's at least one episode where he's explaining to one of the two younger characters, because we're assuming DJ already knew this, and it was probably explained better to her by their mother, who passed away off screen. Oh my, if you watch the first season and a half of Full House, it is implied all over the place that Danny and Pam were a teenage wedding. It is implied all over the place that this was kind of a shotgun wedding. It is. They married either when she was 17 or just after she turned 18, and DJ was born within that first year of marriage. But you only learn this watching the first season plus the first half of season 2 of Full House. And then you keep watching it, like looking for more Easter egg stuff like that. There's a season 1 episode where it is implied all over the place that Dave Coulier as friend Joey had a 3-way while he was still sleeping in an alcove in the front room and the girls were at their grandmother's for the weekend. It is implied all over the place. In season 1, I forget the episode number. It's the episode where at the beginning they send the girls to the grandmother's for the weekend and the guys go fishing, and it is implied all over the place because then you see Joey coming into the kitchen the next morning with 2 women. He had a 3-way in the front room. Think about this. Full House is a weirder show its first season and a half than most people realize because they remember the complete shit it was after was so much better. But yeah, like that was the time when the writers realized, you know what, parents are going to be watching this too. And then like halfway through season 2, they're just like, fuck it. Let's just watch like John Stamos and Dave Coulier ad lib around a toddler for a bit. like I swear that's like half of most episodes after from season 3 onward, but I digress. So yeah, like there's at least one episode of Full House original series where Danny Tanner is explaining to Stephanie or Michelle when the child first asks him, where do babies come from? And he explains, well, when a mommy and daddy love each other very much. Now, you can't tell me in a show that ran for 9 years, like this was a cultural phenomenon. This show was a cultural phenomenon. If you were not a kid between like 1988, I believe was the first season, through like 96, 97 when it finally ended. Like if you were not a kid through that period, if you were not a kid or a teenager through that period, you don't understand how massive that show was. For no reason. Everybody hated it. The critics thought it was insipid. Nobody admitted to watching it, but everybody really did, because it was what was on. It was what was on, right? It was what was on Friday nights at 8 p.m., and you have to go to bed in an hour. So, so yeah, like if you were not a kid or a teenager during that 8-some years, you don't understand how massive Full House was. So for a show as massive as Full House to say, Well, when mommy and daddy love each other very much, little Stephanie and or Michelle, I forget which child you are. You're kind of interchangeable as far as the writing is concerned, but very different as far as actress talent. But whatever. When a mommy and daddy love each other very much, Steph Shell, they will make a baby. But somehow, this is the biggest complaint of people who identify as demisexual is well, when I explain demisexual to people, I like my mom, when I came out as demisexual to my mom, she said, oh, that's just normal, but it's not normal. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All of the United States of America was watching Bob Saget explain where babies come from to Steph Shell Tanner. I really, at some, like I said, I swear they recycled some lines that were Stephanie's in the early episodes and just gave them to Michelle, because I swear they recycled dialogue for the Stephanie and Michelle at some point. You know, like stuff that Stephanie said in the early seasons was given later to Michelle in later seasons, even though she would have no memory of this. She was 8 months old when her sister said this. But no, it's lazy writing, but whatever. So yeah, Danny Tanner explains in front of all of the United States in 1990 whatever that sexual attraction, you know, the preliminary component to making a baby, necessitates a strong emotional connection to the other person. Or else, how else do you explain why mommy and daddy love each other very much if this is not a strong emotional connection, right? But yeah, like, so that's some more doublespeak. They will literally describe their sexual orientation, but actually it's a rate of attraction. So they are presuming, again, to say ADHD mixed presentation spectrum, ADHD predominantly inattentive, ADHD predominantly hyperactive. Somehow this shares more in common with not having the diagnostic criteria for ADHD. I don't know, but whatever. Like I said, doublespeak. Somehow having criteria for the spectrum means you have more in common with people who are not on the ADHD spectrum. Because there's only one way to not have ADHD, and that is to lack the sufficient diagnostic criteria. To have ADHD, predominantly inattentive, you need this much minimum criteria plus some hyperactive criteria, unless you check off all the inattentive boxes, right? For predominantly hyperactive, same rule, but reverse the terms. You need, you know, excess hyperactive criteria, and unless you check off all of the hyperactive criteria, you need a minimum from inattentive criteria as well. But somehow, this is having ADHD. So like, if we use my neurodivergence as a stand-in for what Avon and asexual Facebook, asexual Tumblr, asexual YouTube, asexual Twitter, like, if you use my neurodivergence, which is a spectrum, ADHD is a spectrum, the way they explain it, like I said, like, replace ADHD spectrum terminology with asexual community, with small ace bean terminology from Avon. Replace that, and it's like asexual people think that to have ADHD, you must be mixed presentation. But not having ADHD means you either lack any diagnostic criteria for ADHD, or you have mixed, or you have predominantly inattentive or predominantly hyperactive criteria. And I only have the one jar because I only have so many condiment packets. So, like I said, here is the doublespeak. They will try and convince you that lacking a trait is more of a spectrum, is somehow a spectrum, whilst having a trait means having the most extreme part, you know, like being on the most extreme, and I use this term loosely, yeah, it's having like the most extreme definition of being on a spectrum for that trait.
Normal, like you say, Mom. It's demisexual. This means I have more.
I'll grab the other empty one.
This means I have more in common with people who know wanty fuck than I have with people fuck. Because I only wanty fuck with some people.
And the demisexuals to them, why are you telling me this? This is literally like everybody over the age of 26.
But Mom, you don't get it. I only wanty fuck with some people. Meaning that I'm not like you and Dad, because you and Dad wanty fuck everybody, or so goes my 12-year-old brain, you know, who doesn't even, you know, like is not even at an age of consent for wanty fuck in most of the world. But you know, whatever. And they're just like, but no, because when I eventually get to, like, you know, have meaningful consent for wanty fuck, it's only going to be want to be with special people, meaning I have more in common with people who know wanty fuck, and that mommy is the spectrum of no wanty fuck. You either know wanty fuck or you wanty fuck some people who special people who you have created an emotional connection to in your brain, whether it is mutual or parasocial. As I referenced over an hour ago at this point, yes, over an hour ago, whilst I brought up being a teenage goth in 1992, and I see Johnny Depp playing Edward Scissorhands, and I see Johnny Depp in What's Eating Gilbert Grape, and I see Johnny Depp in Benny and June, and I know like 3 of those movies were not out in 1992. I think Edward Scissorhands was 1990. Was it 90 or 91? I don't know. But it's a Christmas movie. But yeah, so it's like I see Johnny Depp playing, you know, the sad, sensitive goth boy, and I'm just like, and I see him in the magazine interviews, and he's saying that, yeah, he plays these characters because, you know, like, he is the sensitive goth boy, and these are characters he relates to. So in my mind, in my, like, you know, 13, 14, 12-year-old mind, I'm just like, yes, oh my gosh, if Johnny Depp and I, because, you know, like, it was like 1992 or whatever, and yeah, it's like relatively normal for teenagers to have crushes on technically adult celebrities, even if they know that, you know, especially at that, I don't know, a lot of teenagers have very poor judgment, but, you know, like under the right, like, if I were to have met Johnny Depp when I was 12 years old, I probably would have been like, you know, I would have been like Louise Belcher, like meeting Boo Boo in the tour van, the tour bus on, when she goes see Boys for Now with Tina, right? And she's gonna be like that would have been me. That would have been me, 12 years old, meeting Johnny Depp. Like, my mutual crush would not even have not been reciprocated. It would have only been implicitly explained to him, because I'm just sitting there like, right? Because that's just how you are when you're 12. That's just how you are when you're 12. You are starting to have feelings like this, but your brain is also reeling you in, because you are not only not quite emotionally equipped for this, you're not physically equipped for this. So, like, in a relatively normal 12, 13, 14-year-old, your brain is kind of reeling you in from some of this. And, like, you know, like I said, in a relatively emotionally healthy young teen, your brain kind of reels you in from acting on this, especially with anybody who is at or above the age of consent, because, like, you know, it's like the unconscious thoughts of your prefrontal cortex
are being just active enough to say, whoa, bad idea, bear, no, reel it in, you are not quite ready for this. I may not give you the words to, to explain a nuanced reason for why you're not ready for this, but like just trust your body and your brain right now, you're not ready for this. I mean, you'll feel the feelings, but your brain will also, like I said, in a relatively emotionally healthy young teen, your brain just kind of naturally reels you in. Yes, there are people who have experienced certain traumas who respond to that with hypersexuality, which is really what seems to be what like the Avon Forum seems to think allosexuals are, which are people that do not identify as asexual. And by identify as, so another part of the doublespeak, and by identify as, I mean like, they have now like warped the criteria for what does and does not count as a lack of sexual attraction, that it makes no sense. This is all completely circular logic. Like and see, when I got booted from, like, even though I was a, pioneering a member of somebody's YouTube audience, like before they had even 1,000, before they had even 500 people, and now they're nearing 1,000, but whatever. And I was like one of the first 50 people or so to like, participate on their Discord. But a couple weeks ago, they kicked me out because I'm explaining like, no, like sexual attraction will like libido, like a person may have low libido for a number of reasons. It could be a reaction to medication. It could be improper diet, like you're not getting enough of a certain nutrients more than others, or whatever. Like it could be a response to diet, it could be a response to medication, it could be a response to environmental stress, it could be a response to psychological trauma. But because I'm not immediately validating somebody who is simply asking, like, they're like, I think I'm asexual, so like how does this differ from low libido? And I'm answering it with a well-established clinical answer. They're asking like, is low libido the same as being asexual? And I'm giving them like the most standard clinical definition of what low libido might mean. And the people in charge of that Discord decided, oh, no. You are not immediately assuring this person that they are asexual, whether they experience the attraction with the desire to have sex with another person or not, right? Like if somebody says they're asexual, that must mean they are. I'm like, or it could mean you're 12. Or it could mean you're 12. Like seriously, like I said, like, and the average emotionally healthy 12-year-old, they are having emotions bouncing around due to like the new influx of hormones of the pubescent era, and they are having feelings they may not have experienced before. They may experience something in the vague area of like, maybe I wanna do the fuck with the person, but like I don't actually desire to do it. And I'm like, yeah, because you're 12. Because this is a psychologically normal response for a 12-year-old. I mean, and the hypothetical person on this Discord was not 12 because, you got to be a minimum of 14 to, due to COPPA regulations. But I'm like, so like I'm using 12 as like a hyperbolic age, so it's like even if you're 14, like, yes, psychologically, there can be significant differences between the average 14-year-old and that same person at versus who that person was at 12, right? There can be a big difference, or there can be a smaller difference. all that matters is that there's a difference, and there is a wide spectrum of what is considered a typical experience. But no, if you listen to Avon and the rest of the small ace bean online asexual subculture that spawned off of Avon through various platforms, literally all that is... It's okay. They, the other part of the definition, like I said, the part of the definition, like they define sexual attraction as attraction with the desire to have sex, by which most of them are using a very heteronormative definition of sex, or other sexual activities, by which they mean a lot of LGBTQ sex. Sexual attraction is the desire to have sex or engage in sexual activities with another specific person. So again, we come to the spectrum of doublespeak. So this definition of sexual attraction being attraction with the desire to have sex with another specific person. So sexual attraction, right? Sexual like attraction with the desire to have sex with another specific person. Whereas this, which is what they call allosexuality, which is basically everybody who does not identify as demi-gray or asexual. But you know, people who identify as asexual, oh, here's where the doublespeak gets really deep. Here's where it gets really deep, because somehow you can desire sex without feeling sexual attraction. And then I'm thinking to myself, okay, so how then do you decide on your sexual partners? Right? Like, you desire sex, but you say you lack sexual attraction, which means, I guess now, you can desire sex, but with nobody in specific. So here's where it gets to what some of the LGBT discourse groups on Facebook I'm now in will say. This is rationalizing the ostensible emotional abuse of using other people as a human fleshlight or a human dildo, right? Like, you are basically using people at that point. Like, if you are in a relationship with somebody who you are attracted to somehow, or else why are you in this relationship with them? That's another thing. It's like, if the person says, oh, well, I'm not sexually attracted to them, I'm romantically attracted to them. Okay. First off, I think you're using a very warped idea of what romantic even means. But then again, I'm a lapsed English major with a lapsed philosophy minor. When I do go back to school, it's going to be for music major, philosophy minor. So yeah, so like, you know, like, I'm already coming at this from like a really abstract definition of romanticism, because I'm coming at it from a philosophical angle, and migraine is starting to poke at me some more. I'm gonna try the migraine, pills, because even though they do have aspirin in them, and I have a very mild I have a relatively mild intolerance to aspirin. I've discovered that these, at least if I don't, if I try it, the straight Tylenol first, and as long as I'm not like taking it daily, it's not too bad. I'll just like have to sit for a little bit Where's my other sparkling ice? I know I brought them home. Ah, is this my other sparkling? Yes, it is. Sweet. Okay. So okay. Here's some more of the doublespeak, because somehow there's a bunch of these people who are romantically attracted to their partner, but not sexually attracted to their partner, but they somehow desire sex, but because they do not experience sexual attraction, they don't care if it's with their partner or not, because that's what it would mean. Because that is like, if you were to follow these points logically, if you were to apply a modicum of critical thought to this, if you were to apply the smallest amount of critical thought to this at all, that's what it would come to, is like, okay, you're somehow emotionally compatible with this person, which is like what we referred to this when I was a teenager in the 1990s. So like, you are strongly emotionally compatible. You have, this very dopamine, endorphin infused vibe with this person that, you have interpreted it as feelings of romantic love, to differentiate from familial love or platonic love. And oh my gosh, the whole queer platonic thing is just another thing. I'm like, so like friends. So like best friends, you mean like having best friends?
No, it's not like having best friends because it's queer.
I'm like, no, that is literally what having best friends is. You've literally described having best friends, and I'm just like, no. Of course, like, on an old wiki of theirs, it once used to include that if you are in a queer platonic partnership, you may have sex with your QPP. And I'm like, no, that is literally the opposite of what platonic means. Platonic means love without sex. That is literally the definition of platonic. And these same people will insist that,
oh, well, pansexuality is different from bisexuality because bi means two and pan means all.
I'm like, okay, so then why are you now trying to completely invert the definition of platonic to include relationships where sex happens? Because that's literally the opposite of what platonic means. But okay, we can speak very literally when it suits our purposes, which again, we come back to the doublespeak. Because a lot of these same people will insist on like this absurdly literal definition of bisexual. But then at the same time, at least half of them will insist that
a queer platonic partnership can involve sex.
I'm like, then that's no, that is literally the opposite of platonic, relationship. That is literally the opposite. There is one definition of platonic love, and that is love without sex. That is, or love that is not familial and is not expressed with sex, right? That is the single definition of platonic love. But no, the doublespeak. And see, this is why, like, in a couple of weeks, I want to follow up on this thread with explaining how I have seen people, amongst these small ace beans, as in Avon's forum, asexual Facebook, ace Tumblr, asexual Twitter, etc., how this kind of fits in with what Owen Morgan of Telltale Atheist, who, if I should ever get the chance to consensually lick his face, it will taste like strawberry ice cream, because he is one of my favorite straight boy crushes. And all gay men are allowed to have a couple straight boy crushes. My guilty pleasure straight boy crush is David Spade. I can't explain it. He's just got something that makes me want to touch him inappropriately, but in a consensual manner. But You know, so like inappropriate for TV, right? Okay, inappropriate for TV, inappropriate for a public park, unless it's a public park that has a public restroom with a glory hole, but that's beside the point. Even then, that's kind of inappropriate. It's just like, you know, as long as you close the doors, as long as you close the doors and nobody can see it, right? Right? That's the important part. Is it is out of the eyes of the public. And as long as the doors are closed, nobody knows why that other guy is moaning. He might be working on a really mighty turd. Cause yeah, like you go and see those little, like, you know, like little BuzzFeed quiz pages. Like, is this an orgasm face, or is this a shouting face? Is this an orgasm face, or is this a diarrhea face? Right. Is this an orgasm face, or is this a Thai food turd face? Right. Like, sometimes you can't tell by the sounds and faces alone. But I digress. So yeah, the doublespeak continues when they say, oh, well, no, see, I'm romantically attracted to my partner, but I'm asexual because I'm not sexually attracted to my partner, but I do desire sex with my partner. But if sexual attraction is attraction with the desire to have sex with a specific person, and that person is your partner to whom you are romantically attracted. So we already have point A and point B for what Avon literally defines as sexual attraction. Is it attraction? Is it some kind of meaningful attraction to a person? Yes. Is this attraction paired with the desire to have sex with that person in specific? In which case, in this scenario, which is very common amongst the small aspeens of the online asexual subculture / fandom, because and they will say yes, but they will somehow, and that is what really gets me about this person who decided, you know, with their partner and the other person they've appointed to a moderator of their Discord and their YouTube channel, like this person insists on applying critical thinking, but when asking anybody on the asexual discussion or LGBTQIA plus discussion sections of their Discord, when you're asking for a modicum of critical thinking to be applied to these scenarios where person A says that they're in a relationship with their partner to whom they are romantically attracted, but not sexually attracted because they are asexual and they do not experience sexual attraction, which would be under Avon's definition. And dudes, one of these people even literally posted to the Discord. I took screens of this. They literally posted to that Discord server's channel Avon's definition of sexual attraction. To which I, quote, replied, huh, quote, and then a huh emoji. Because, like I said, that they have put in the definition. They are literally pointing to the definition that Avon has provided for, you know, as the Asexuality, Visibility, and Education Network. They have provided Avon's definition of sexual attraction to somehow support their claim that they have a partner to whom that this person A, which we will because there's a little bit of aspirin. We will represent this person with my migraine tablets. This person says that, or you know what? I'll represent this with the acetaminophen the straight acetaminophen tablets. So they say that because they are romantically attracted to their partner, but they say they are not sexually attracted to their partner, they are therefore asexual, biromantic for the sake of brevity. I don't remember their exact liberal id pol, claim, but they're just like, no, I am biromantic asexual because I am with my partner to whom I am romantically attracted, but not sexually attracted, because by Avon's definition, which is sexual attraction, is attraction with the desire to have sex with a specific person. I do not experience that with my partner, but I do desire sex, and I do desire sex with them, but it is not in a way that fits the definition of sexual attraction, even though they have literally provided the definition of sexual attraction that is provided by Avon. So they have provided the definition of sexual attraction: attraction with the desire to have sex with another specific person. Okay? If they lack the desire to have sex with their partner in specifically, they can be romantically attracted to their partner whilst still being asexual. Okay, this makes sense. This is a scenario that makes sense. Okay? I get that. You have absent libido, much less libido directed toward your partner in specific. Like, sex is not a thing you wish to engage in. You have no physical, neurological, neurological, whatever, emotional desire towards sex with a specific person, much less anybody, right? This is something that makes sense. They are therefore biromantic asexual. So far, this makes sense. But then they say, no, wait, no, but I do engage in sex with my partner. And I'm like, okay, so why? Why are you engaging in sex with your partner if you do not desire sex with your partner? Why are you doing this? So these are the only, so herefore are the only three reasons I can think of for why a person would do this or say they do this. Reason one, this is emotional manipulation. Like, they are manipulating a person with sex. Like, they are emotionally manipulating a person with their partner with sex. And, for whatever reasons. Reason one for why one would engage in sex with another person to whom one is not meaningfully sexually attracted to. This is one of the only three reasons that makes any sense, is manipulation. Either you want something from this person that you feel will be best achieved by ostensibly, even if dubiously, as in like without clear enthusiasm, consenting, or at least without honest enthusiasm. Like, a really good actor can feign enthusiasm for damn near anything, and feign it adequately. And depending on how often you do this, this may or may not be a sign of certain, personality disorders, but that's another story for another time, nor is it a story I'm really suited to explain. But yeah, so reason one, the one of only 3 reasons that makes any sense is you are engaging in, if you are romantically attracted to your partner, but not sexually attracted to your partner, you are ostensibly, if dubiously, consenting to sex with your partner for reasons that ultimately come down to a form of emotional manipulation. This can be low-key, like flirting. Flirting is a form of emotional manipulation. You are putting out, like you are doing certain things, you are, making certain gestures to, at the very least, assess potential interest the other person might have in, your flirtations. And if you assess that they do have some amount of meaningful mutual interest, then, flirting can, be like, can progress to, like I said, it's a low-key manipulative thing. It's not necessarily bad or unhealthy, but it is a way to sort of test another person's emotions. So like I said, it's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm saying this in the most clinical way possible. Reason one of emotional manipulation, it could be low-key or it could be high-key. Like, you could be, like, I don't know, like, extorting money out of this person and using sex to get it, right? Right? Like, it could be high-key manipulation, right? Like, that is, like, that is a kind of, like, that is the kind of, really, extreme, highly toxic things people think of when they think emotional manipulation, right? But like I said, like in the most clinical language possible, manipulation can be very low-key, like flirting, or it can be very high-key and toxic and dysfunctional, right? So if you are romantically attracted to your partner, but not sexually attracted to your partner, and yet you are consenting, perhaps dubiously, to sexual activities with your partner without feeling sexual attraction toward them, sexual attraction being attraction, romantic attraction, with the desire to have sex with that specific person, being your partner. So like manipulation can make sense somehow, whether in a very neutral, low-key way or a very high-key way. You're kind of using sex to manipulate the relationship in some way. Like, even if it is because you don't want your partner to lose interest, so you consent to sex with them, even though it's, you're like, I can take it or leave it. I don't really feel a desire towards sex with you or anybody, but okay, I'll consent because I don't want to lose your interest. That's emotionally manipulative. Depending on the individual person, this can be, it can be questionable, or it can be kind of old-fashioned, like when you look at like really old stuff, like talking about like how women function sexually, you get some really bonkers ass puritanical shit, right? So reason number 2 is kind of a low-key form of self-harm. And I say this as somebody who had a promiscuous period in my early 20s where I was really deep in gender dysphoria. So, like I would jump in bed with anybody I found like even kind of attractive, just because I don't know. I'd gotten some idea, like kind of like subconsciously, not unconsciously, but subconsciously in my head, I kind of felt like I could train myself to be cisgender if I got enough validation from ostensibly heterosexual men. I don't know. It was a messed up thing, but it did ultimately pan out to being, you know, using sex as a form of self-harm. That may not be the case with, I mean, obviously, like, gender dysphoria and trying to convince oneself not to have it is a very specific experience that only a number of trans people will have. Not even all trans people, but, you know, like a certain number of them. But like I said, that's a very specific thing. One in only as many as 250, but more like, you know, but somewhere between that and 1 in 500. So, like, let's say 1 in 325 people are, no, 1 in 425 people are, no, 1 in 375 people are transgender, approximately. Like, you know, about 1 in 375 people are transgender, or at least in a way where one is seeking, like, a full medical transition. Okay, so, like, you know, if we're going to do it by the numbers of medical transitioning. So yeah, like, but, you know, there can be other reasons one may be engaging in sexual self-harm, such as, like, Best X. So this is one of the reasons that I could not stay with Best X. There's a number of reasons, but this is one of them. So Best X had 2 X's before me. One was 2 partners before me. So partner number 6 and partner number 2. So partner number 2, Best X started dating partner number 2 when he and partner number 1 broke up, and he was very depressed and feeling very sorry for himself. But he got in this kind of toxic, martyr-ish thinking by saying, hey, this person who would become partner number 2 is very interested in me as a potential partner. I'm not that into them, but they are clearly very into me. So if I date them, I will make them feel better. And if I make them feel better, that means that I am a good person, and whatever it was that broke up partner number 1 and myself, it was clearly partner number 1's damage and not my own, without realizing that engaging in that kind of cyclical thinking, wherein his sense of self-worth was dependent on whether or not he could make a person he's not even into feel better about themselves. So, like, when he's tying in his sense of self-worth to partner number 2's and later partner number 6's sense of self-worth, that's when it gets kind of like, this is a kind of sexual self-harm, right? So like I said, it doesn't have to be as extreme or as specific as my own experience with having a promiscuous period, which is why my number of sexual partners is at least a few dozen. I do have an exact number, or at least a minimum exact number. There's a couple nights that are kind of questionable, but that's another story for another time. But yeah, so I do have an exact number, but I'll just say it to you. It's a few dozen. Like, my total number of sexual partners is about a few dozen. But yeah, a lot of this was because I was engaging in a form of sexual self-harm. Best X. So, like I said, when I say this is one of the reasons that I had to break it off with Best X. So Best X has been openly bisexual since he was a freshman in college, 1989, 1990 school year at MSU. Where was I going with this? Yeah, he and I started dating like when I was like 19. Yeah, 19. Wait, sexual self-harm. Oh, right. So while Best X has been openly bisexual since about 1989, like many bisexuals, which, you know, like, this is not a judgment. This is not saying that a person's bisexuality is any less valid by pointing this out. But, like, in all honesty, a lot of people who insist, oh, gender has no factor into whether or not I am attracted to them, ergo I am pansexual. I'm like, well, you know, if I look at your dating history at the very least, a preference will begin to establish itself. You may say that you have no preference, that their gender doesn't matter, but eventually, like, you don't have to be aware of a preference for a preference to establish itself. Like, I was completely unaware that, at least as far as what I find attractive in a potential partner's face, is I like a guy with large eyes and a prominent nose. Usually, you know, a Grecian or Roman nose shape. Or is it like Grecian and Algonquin? I see people say, like use both terms interchangeably. Like, I've seen some people say, like, you know, like when I point out, like, I find you like this guy attractive. Like Pete Townsend. I've seen people, oh, no. No, not Algonquin, Aquiline, whatever. But like Pete Townsend, oh my gosh. Young Pete Townsend is just gorgeous to me. Don't ask me to explain it beyond one of my friends eventually pointed this out to me. Oh, hey, you've got a thing for, you know, an aquiline nose. I'm like, huh, you're right. Yeah, you are right. Which is probably why I put up with Worst X for so long, but that's another story for another time. So, yeah, like, yeah, it's not necessary, like, it doesn't have to be consciously recognized to be a preference. Like I said, a friend of mine literally pointed out to me that I have a thing for guys who have relatively large eyes and a prominent nose shape before I realized this was an established pattern of mine. So, yeah. Where was I going? Right. So yeah, but yeah. So yeah, I say his established pattern, Best X, his established pattern of low-key sexual self-harm with Best X partner number 2 and Best X partner number 6. I was number 8. But yeah, so yeah, Best X partners number 2 and 6 were people he was not really into. He wasn't really into them, but he engaged in a relationship with each of them on separate times, to sort of convince himself that he was a good person and could be a good partner, and, you know, and therefore it is his most recent ex's damage for why the relationship ended, because he was getting in a depressive cycle of thinking with that kind of toxicity. So yeah, like he is openly bisexual, has been since 1989, but he has a preference. His preference is very clearly for women, but again, this does not make him less bisexual. It just makes him bisexual with an established preference. As far as the physical attributes of, like I said, like with physical attributes, I tend to like a slender frame on the guys I'm attracted to, but most importantly, I seem to have somewhat of a preference for large eyes and a prominent nose. These are physical attributes that have kind of played themselves out into an established preference of mine for potential sexual partners. With Best X, his established pattern of, physical attributes he finds attractive in his established preference for women, whilst being bisexual himself, he has a preference for women who have a body shape that I was transitioning away from. So, like I said, this is where his ex number 2, where his partner number 2 and partner number 6 come into play, is because he wasn't all that. Partner number 2, he especially said he was not physically attracted to really at all. Like, he didn't find them unattractive. He didn't find them physically repulsive. He just did not really find that their body excited him sexually on its own. Like, he had to sort of, like, establish the sexual excitement he felt toward partner number 2 with the, emotions he was sort of like placing his entire sense of self-worth on, which again, like I said, if you are engaging if you are perhaps dubiously consenting to sex without feeling attracted to the other person, it can be out of manipulation or it can be out of a form of sexual self-harm. You are not into this person in that way, but you are engaging in sex with this person because there is a part of your emotions that is hurting, and you are expressing this hurt by engaging in sex with someone who, under an ideal emotional state, you probably would not be engaging in sex with. So, yeah, like, it doesn't have to be, like, as specific as my own dysphoria. It doesn't necessarily have to be quite as vague as what Best X engaged in with partners number 2 and 6 in his lineup of X's of his own. But yeah, it can be a form of sexual self-harm. I know this from personal experience. I know this from the experiences of certain people who have been close to me in my life, that just because consent is verbalized and seems enthusiastic does not mean it's coming from an emotionally healthy place. Again, this could be either manipulation or sexual self-harm. The third reason for why somebody who says, well, I'm emotionally attracted to my partner, but I'm not sexually attracted to my partner, but I desire sex with my partner, but it's somehow it somehow still fits within the definition of Avon's definition of lacking sexual attraction, meaning that I am attracted to them, but I do not desire sex with them in specific, but I somehow do, because no, this is not completely circular logic. This is not complete goddamn doublespeak. This is not peace is war, good is evil, meat is vegetable. This is not doublespeak. This is not circular. No, this makes complete sense. The only way for that to work is if you're not actually asexual. So either A, you are consenting to sex with this person you are romantically but not sexually attracted to, as low-key or high-key emotional manipulation. This could be either neutral, like flirting, flirting, like I said, it's a neutral form of social manipulation, which, kind of experiments with people's emotions and their emotional responses to, things you do and say, that have been established as patterns of flirting, right? This can be out of a sexual expression of personal self-harm, whether it is specific as a trans person engaging in promiscuity in a very ass-backwards sort of sense to convince oneself to be cis or at least be less trans. Kate Bornstein also had a huge impact on why I thought it was a good idea to put off medical transitioning, and with Kate Bornstein herself being trans and identifying as non-binary, that is another topic I will bring up at another time, because, oh my gosh, I also have a bone to pick with the fact that a lot of non-binary people refuse to recognize problematic elements in a lot of things that some of their most prominent people have said or do say or continue to say and do. But again, that's another story for another time. So like I said, the only way that, well, I'm romantically attracted to my partner and I'm not sexually attracted to my partner, but I kind of sort of desire sex with my partner, but it's not sexual attraction because
I'm asexual, meaning that, you know, I don't experience sexual attraction. Sexual attraction is attraction with the desire to have sex with a specific person. And I'm asexual. So my desire for sex with my partner is because, I don't know, I'm asexual. So, like, so yeah, like I said, the only three explanations for how that makes any sense when applying a modicum, the barest minimum of critical thinking, is this is emotional manipulation, or at least, you know, a neutral experimentation with someone's emotions akin to flirting, right? Or, you know, you may be like toxically manipulating them with sex. Or B, this is a form of self-harm that is expressed through sex that one isn't especially into, but right. So yeah, it can be a form of self-harming behavior that is expressed through sex. Or C, which is something that these people never want to consider, is maybe you're not actually asexual. Maybe you are indeed experiencing a completely typical experience of sexual attraction to your partner. They never want to consider option C. They always want to focus on options A and B. Why are you accusing me of manipulating my partner or self-harming myself? They never want to consider that C might indeed be what they're doing, that they have become so invested in believing themselves to be asexual that they don't even want to consider that their feelings are indeed a form of sexual attraction. So this is what I mean when I say asexual doublespeak. First off, they will insist that asexual, you know, is a human sexual orientation wherein you lack an experience of sexual attraction. Sexual attraction is attraction with the desire to have sex with another specific person. But if you do experience sexual attraction, as in attraction with the desire to have sex with another person, you can still call yourself asexual, because asexuality is a spectrum where you can only experience attraction, sexual attraction to some people under, you know, your sexual attraction may be conditional. I'm like, nearly everybody's experiences of sexual attraction is conditional. I'm gay, ergo, to fulfill a requirement for whether or not I find another person sexually attractive, because I'm a gay man, it is ideal that this other person is a man. Now I say ideally this other person would be a man because there's a couple people who I thought were men, especially cis men, but I later learned they were trans women. And, you know, we can get into like the weird kind of ways that the whole concept of identity can kind of limit ourselves in some way, because, like, how do I know that the fact that I learned this person was, after I learned this person was a trans woman early in her transition, like, did the way that my attraction to her just turn itself off? Like, was that coming from a genuine place? Or was that coming from a place that is because I've subconsciously become invested enough in my identity as a gay man that the idea of even potentially being attracted to a woman, it just kind of becomes like one of those cultural, aspects of one's sexual orientation. Like, it becomes like, is it more culturally influenced at that point, or is it indeed
a neurological thing. Like, this is one of those philosophical points of queer studies that people just kind of ignore. A lot of people like focus queer studies on media interpretation rather than some of the more, you know, sociopolitical aspects. So yeah, like I've got some philosophical bugs up my arse about queer identity politics. But yeah, so it's like, so yeah, like I said, ideally it would be toward, you know, another man, but there have been some interesting points where, like Philosophy Tube, I found pre-transition Abigail Thorne when she was still presenting, because she's left those videos up, when she was still presenting herself to YouTube as Ollie Thorne. I think Thorne, I don't know. When she was presenting as Ollie to her YouTube audience, I found Ollie, the, you know, previous identity turn character turn post-transition memory, you know, who continues to exist in YouTube video archives. I found Ollie very attractive. Then she came out as trans, and I'm not into her. I mean, she's cute, not in that way. And a lot of it is because, like, when she came out, at least in the case of Abigail Thorne, when she came out as trans to the YouTube audience, you know, it was less gradual, like with Natalie, and it was more about how she kind of hid the fact that she was trans for the better part of a year before, like, the big reveal at the beginning of 2021 that everybody was so excited about, and this was all everybody was talking about for, like, weeks. But it was probably actually only a week, but whatever. You know, like, it was just such a drastic thing that I was just like, oh, that's disappointing. Ollie doesn't really exist anymore. And when Ollie did exist, it was, you know, Abigail still trying to figure herself out. And then later, Ollie became a character, and this is like, you know, like young, you know, sad goth boy me, like, finding Edward Scissorhands kind of attractive because of the Robert Smith hair and the, you know, gaunt features with the big eyes. Not quite the prominent nose, but oh my god, young Johnny Depp had, like, giant, like, kawaii anime big eye sad boy face, right? Like what is not to squeeze and hug and say, you know, it's gonna be okay, and, like, here's some cocoa and a blanket, right? Oh my god, that's goddamn adorable, right? But yeah. So yeah, just like I said, like, I'm getting off on a philosophical tangent there, but yeah, like, so yeah, like, the doublespeak first comes where they try to insist that asexuality is a spectrum of lacking a trait, even though, as we see with that I brought up well over an hour and a half ago at this point, so I should start wrapping up in a bit. So it's like I said, with using my own ADHD and, like, a visual representation, like a visual aid of my empty Talenti jars. Oh, hey, I may still be able to get some more ice and churn the last of my sorbet slurry. Okay, sweet. So yeah, like, about an hour and a half ago, when I first brought up this visual aid to explain, like, how how you cannot have a spectrum of lacking a trait. So, your average person without ADHD. This means they do not meet the diagnostic criteria of having ADHD. We are doing this in, like, the most basic explanation that, yes, I know, like, some people may have a few traits associated with ADHD, but that also doesn't mean necessarily that having a few traits, but not meaning the minimum traits for diagnostic criteria, like, because those traits, because, like, that's why they set a minimum of traits, because those traits could also mean something else, but combined together, like, that is ADHD. But, like, when a number of these traits build up, that is the ADHD spectrum. And the ADHD spectrum is either, you know, like, predominantly inattentive,
predominantly hyperactive, and I'm doing it this way because I have limited condiment packets, or mixed presentation. So, if as Avon defines, human asexuality is a human sexual orientation wherein one lacks an experience of sexual attraction, and they then define sexual attraction as attraction with the desire to have sex with a specific person. There's like 3 markers. There's 3 markers there for sexual attraction. It needs to be a form of meaningful attraction that has to be coupled with a desire to have sex with that specific person to whom one is attracted. So, again, like unless those 3 markers are met, this does not fit the definition of sexual attraction. Okay, fine. We will put a pin in this. We'll come back to how this plays into asexual doublespeak. Because it is. So, but then, when you get further into the Avon forum, when you get into the Avon forums, you will notice that there are people who say that no, asexuality, in fact, like this might even be in their basic definitions now. It's been a while since I've checked their official it's been a while since I've checked Avon's official glossary, because their reasoning is so circular. Their reasoning for many things is so circular, and so now they're saying, well, no, asexuality is a spectrum where you can only experience sexual attraction conditionally or very rarely. I'm like, that is literally how everybody experiences sexual attraction. Like, they seem to think that, so like I said, this is a person who maybe fidgets, but they don't meet the bare minimum of diagnostic criteria. They do not meet the barest, most basic minimum diagnostic criteria for ADHD, right? Like, maybe they fidget, but you could be prone to fidgeting for a number of reasons. It's not always ADHD. So this is your average person who may or may not be neurotypical, who does not have ADHD. They are not on the ADHD spectrum. They are ADHD, as in A as the prefix meaning without ADHD. This is the average ADHD person. Okay? This is using asexual logic, right? This is an ADHD person. This person lacks the barest minimum of basic diagnostic criteria to fall on the ADHD spectrum. I am using the logic of their own definitions. Okay. Ergo, with this analogy, this ADHD talenti jar, or, well, a condiment talenti jar, which is a visual aid to analogize the ADHD spectrum, which we can then apply to the alleged asexual spectrum. Because, see, you cannot have a spectrum of lacking a trait. Because ADHD, which is what I have, comes in more than just ADHD mixed presentation, which is my diagnosis. ADHD may come predominantly inattentive. And because I only have so many condiment packets to represent in emptied out talenti jars, or a person on the ADHD spectrum, meaning they meet a bare minimum of diagnostic traits to be diagnosed with ADHD, they may present predominantly hyperactive, predominantly inattentive, predominantly hyperactive. Not all people on the ADHD spectrum are mixed presentation like myself. So, by Avon logic, somebody who is predominantly inattentive or predominantly hyperactive has more in common with somebody, even an outright neurotypical person, meaning they are not on the ADHD spectrum, they are not on the autistic spectrum, they are not on the schizoaffective spectrum, they do not have a fundamentally disabling mental illness rather than, neurological divergence. This is your average. So, if you are an ADHD person, by even forum logic, you have more in common with somebody who has somebody who has predominantly inattentive or predominantly hyperactive presentation than somebody like myself who is mixed presentation. This makes no sense. Make it make sense. You cannot, because it does not make sense, because that is not how a spectrum works. You cannot be on a spectrum for lacking a trait. You can, though, be on a spectrum for possessing a trait. You may possess a whole lot of that trait, or you may possess a certain amount of that trait towards one end of the spectrum or the other. But if you lack that trait, you simply lack that trait. Ergo, demisexual, gray asexual. This is normal fucking people. This is normal fucking people because they experience a relatively normal desire for fucking. When you analogize the alleged asexuality spectrum, it makes no sense. Like I said, if you analogize it with a neurodivergence, which seems to be what they do, this seems to be something that they're really trying to make a thing. They're trying to analogize it with neurodivergence, and there's a whole lot of discourse amongst my friends on the autism spectrum about whether or not this is at all an appropriate thing to do, because a lot of my friends on the autism spectrum have noticed that a lot of people on the AVM forum and Ace Tumblr and Asexual Facebook, aka Acebook, they will really appropriate ASD or autism spectrum disorder language. So, like, they're already trying to say that asexuality is a spectrum. This is something that they took from the ASD community. And arguably other neurodivergencies and the overall mental health and wellness communities, right? So they've already appropriated the terminology of spectrum whilst trying to say that they can have a spectrum of lacking a trait. Like I said, when you take the fact that they have appropriated the terminology of spectrum to try and describe how asexuality works, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Like I said, they've already appropriated the language of spectrum to try and, enforce a doublespeak for how somebody can both experience sexual attraction whilst still insisting they are part of the asexual community. This is where it is no longer a cohesive sexual, it is no longer a cohesive sexual orientation under their own definitions. This is now a kind of cultish online subculture. Because like I said, they've initially appropriated the language of a spectrum. And I'm at a point where I'm repeating myself several times over because I've been going on for a couple hours, because this is something that just like really kind of like trips the hyper-focus traits in my ADHD, because this relies
on completely circular logic. This relies on circular logic that does not apply critical thinking. And yet you see people insisting that they do advocate for critical thinking, but they will still validate somebody's identity as being asexual, even if that person, by the definitions of sexual attraction that they cite from the AVEN, which is Asexuality, Visibility, and Education Network. I do know how to finger spell. That is the only sign language I know, is I can finger spell. And you may have noticed, like, sometimes when I do counting, I'll do, like, one-hand sign language, ASL. I think it's one-hand ASL counting. So, yeah. Like, that is the extent of my sign language. So, yeah, like I said, this is something that really trips up my hyper-focus with my ADHD traits, because, you know, if you lack an experience of sexual attraction, that can't be on a spectrum, right? Like I said, they've appropriated this from the ASD community and, to a lesser extent, the other, like, neurodivergent communities of the other two primary ones are ADHD, like myself, or schizoaffective spectrum, like my sister who passed away earlier this year, like one of my best friends in the whole wide world. She and I have been friends for, oh my God, she and I have been friends for like 18 years this year. And I remember that because it was like a few years, like, I know exactly how many years, like, pre-transition she and I have been friends. Oh my gosh, son of a bitch. I'm going to tell her that. Oh my gosh, her birthday is like next week. Yeah, I'm going to call her up and tell her that. You know what? I think I'll pretend to drunk call her. She's drunk called me on occasions, but yeah. So, like, she's on the schizoaffective spectrum. So yeah, like, schizoaffective spectrum, that is that is like think of like one end of the spectrum as strictly bipolar traits, and the other end as strictly schizophrenic traits. So, like, schizoaffective bipolar presentation, schizoaffective schizophrenic presentation. One of my best friends, she is like kind of right in the middle. My departed sister was like predominantly bipolar presentation, but, you know, with some schizophrenic traits, but, you know, predominantly bipolar. And another friend of mine who, he and I have not been friends quite as long, but he is like predominantly schizophrenic presentation. But yeah, like, he went undiagnosed until his late 20s, when suddenly, like, the bipolar, like, just like made it impossible for him to work. Like, he got in such a massive depressive swing. But yeah, so and yet, like I said, he's relatively functional. It's just like, schizophrenia is a really misunderstood end of the schizoaffective spectrum. In fact, like, it's a relatively recent thing that people are talking about it being a spectrum like that, just because of the way the term schizophrenic had been used historically and the way it's been misrepresented in media, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, it's just it's just a really it's a really unusual way that a person's brain works. Hold on a sec. I mentioned this earlier in the stream. If you want to get caught up on that, wait until it's in archive. So, anyway, as he began many times before. So yeah, like, you get to the AVEN forums, you get to Asexual Facebook, you get to Ace Tumblr, you get to Asexual Twitter, you get to their various Discord servers that they've gotten that they've dug their nails into, and they will insist that lacking a trait is how the asexual spectrum works, when, like I said, they have appropriated this terminology from the neurodivergent communities, mostly the ASD community as an autism spectrum disorder, but also, you know, to somewhat lesser extent,
ADHD and schizoaffective disorder and schizoaffective spectra. So, like I said, they appropriated this terminology from neurodivergent people. They've appropriated the terminology of, you know, a spectrum of some kind of neurological descriptive, because you can make an argument that sexual orientation is neurologically hardwired. That is like the predominant party line of LGBT activism. So, like I said, that they want to borrow this. They want to borrow the language of neurodivergence without actually understanding how neurodivergence works, because, like I said, the way that they talk about it is like, you know, oh, well, see, there's the asexual spectrum, and then there's allosexuals, and like and allosexuals is what's considered an average, typical, or dare I say the big N word, normal rate of sexual attraction. And that's another thing, is in the doublespeak. So they say that this is a unique sexual orientation, but this can be coupled with being romantically oriented toward a specific gender or other. Somebody can be lesbian romantic, or, you know, homo romantic. They can be les romantic or gay romantic and asexual. They can be bi-romantic or pan-romantic and asexual. They can be hetero-romantic and asexual, but somehow hetero-romantic and asexual does not equal straight. Straight people are hetero-romantic and heterosexual. I'm like, but that literally is not how it works, because I can bet money on it. I will bet money on it that when people apply to adopt a child, and there are still some states in the US where you will be met with far more roadblocks in attempting to adopt a child if one is in a same-gender partnership, or especially if one is single. So, like, when, what's her name? Joan Crawford. When Joan Crawford adopted her 3 children, she went, like, closest thing to black mark. Oh my gosh. There have been, like, several true crime YouTubers who did like a little historical explanation about the adoption ring that she went to. It was a very, very infamous, well, now infamous, because we know, like, how much child abuse, including leaving some babies just, like, to starve because they were considered unadoptable by this agency. But, you know, so yeah, like, she went this really sketchy route. Like, she tried to do it through, like, the state agencies in California. She tried to do it with, like, the state-funded agencies in California, and just kept getting hit by roadblock. Like, if not outright, you know, just saying, like, no, we do not adopt to a single person. You know, so yeah, like, but when a hetero couple, being, like, one man, one woman, especially if both are cisgender, you know, a hetero couple, they do not ask on the adoption application. Like, they may ask if you have attempted to have biological children, but that's not exactly relevant. That is not a universal question. But, like, they do not put on these forms, you know,
how often do you find your partner bangable? They don't ask that. They don't ask that. In fact, like, yeah, asexuals like to point to consummation clauses, but there's a weird, there is a long, convoluted history about marriage laws, especially with regards to age of consent laws, and especially those now antiquated consummation clauses that come down to a history of women being seen as the chattel property of their family, especially the eldest male member of her family, usually her father. But sometimes this would be like, you know, depending on the jurisdiction, it could default to, like if her father had passed away, it could default to either her oldest brother, or it could default to any living grandfather, or next oldest, like, you know, uncle or something, who is like, you know, either the brother's or her father's brother or her mother's brother, right? So yeah, like there's a lot of like, and consummation clauses are a remnant of this. And this exists so that upper middle class men could establish an heir for inheritance. So basically, so he could keep his own money in the family. It was written that a marriage should be consummated with the ostensible attempt to produce an heir within X number of years of the marriage, but you know, there's also a statute of limitations. Like that X number of years, that is a statute of limitations. If you go beyond that, it's like, well, if you haven't banged, like, you know, like usually it's in the area of like 3 years. So if it's like 4 years, the judge will ask, why haven't you banged in 4 years? You could have come to this a year ago, and I would not be asking you. So if like you and your wife haven't banged in 4 years, clearly this is on you, dude, right? So that's why a statute of limitations on consummation clauses existed, because, you know, and, you know, may still be enforceable under within certain jurisdictions. So this is not a way to punish asexuals legally. This was devised as a way to produce a quote-unquote legitimate heir for the bourgeoisie through ruling class, right? This was not a matter of... This was ultimately a matter of misogyny, not a matter of enforcing a normative experience of sexual attraction or whatever. This was not about people's feelings. This was about people's actions.
Oh, but asexuality is not what you do, it's who you are.
So it's feelings, not actions. Okay, so then you have to admit that consummation clauses are about actions, not feelings. Again, asexual doublespeak. Like they will say,
oh, well, you can tell that asexuals, like even heteromantic aces, have been systemically oppressed by governments because consummation clauses still exist in some jurisdictions.
And I'm like, but consummation clauses are about what you do, not how you feel. It's about what you do, not how you feel. So, you know, you can be that hetero-romantic asexual who, like, you know, is romantically attracted to your partner, but not sexually attracted to your partner, but I'll still, like, ostensibly consent to sex with my partner because, again, either manipulation or sexual self-harm, or you're not actually asexual. But they never want to consider option C. So, like, okay, if this is 1875, random year, that consummation clauses had more weight to them, you know, like if asexuality is not about what you do, but who you are, i.e. your internal sense of self being how you feel about yourself and how you relate to the world around you, then consummation clauses are irrelevant, because consummation clauses are about what you do, not how you feel. So, you know, to, you know, like, you're romantically attracted to your partner, but not sexually attracted to your partner, but your partner is both romantically and sexually attracted to you, and so to make your partner feel satisfied in the relationship, and because you do not completely object to sex and all of that, in order to, you know, like, avoid having the marriage terminated on account of 1875 consummation clause weight, you will engage in sex with your spouse because, you know, you clearly want to manipulate the situation to your favor. Again, like, you know, like that is, but no, I'm not being manipulative because absolutely no reason. Absolutely no reason. You know, other than the insistence that this is not a situation where the person is necessarily being manipulative. Well, no, that's not the case. Well, why is that not the case? Because it's not the case. That is circular reasoning. That is not critical thinking. Again, asexual doublespeak. They say something is the case, but they have no reason for that to be the case. So, yeah, like, that's not quite doublespeak. The whole, like, well, I'm romantically attracted to my partner, but I'm not sexually attracted to my partner, but I do engage in enthusiastic consent with sex with my partner, and I desire sex, and I want it specifically with my partner, but even though that is the literal definition of sexual attraction that Avon uses, somehow I am not feeling sexual attraction to my partner because war is peace and hate is love and evil is good. This is also why they say, oh, well, see, if you identify as asexual, you can have a spectrum of lacking a trait. Because somehow a person who is predominantly inattentive ADHD has more in common with a neurotypical person who does not have ADHD nor any other neurological disorder than a person that they have in common with a person who is ADHD mixed presentation. Even though that is literally the opposite of how to diagnose ADHD predominantly inattentive or predominantly hyperactive. But again, doublespeak. This makes no sense. So yeah, like when I get to my more itemized outline in a couple weeks about how the small ace bean type, also known as the online asexual subculture, does indeed fall within Owen Morgan of Telltale Atheist's definition of a level 1 cult. Like, this will all be a part of that. And because I have repeated myself several times, and it has been almost 4 hours, because again, hyper-focus, because ADHD. So, let me go back to where I'd intended to do this over an hour ago. So, yeah, upcoming scripts that I will hopefully be able to finish in a timely fashion. So I mentioned that way earlier in you know, how I just went off on everything, and Lucifer will give his 2 cents, being Argyle Dinosaur, one of my chat moderators for this. So he's gonna weigh in like sometime tomorrow when he's at work or home from work or something. So yeah, an upcoming script. So like after I clear the table and my building takes care of the stuff that they need to take care of. So it's gonna be a couple weeks. But I have literally like scripted out a skit that I am going to be acting out. Due to my lack of even your most basic hand puppets, I'm going to be using my Squishables as puppets. You know, like my Squishables, the plush cuddly toy brand, right? So yeah, this will be starring my Squishables, who I have named Isley, which is my brand new Luna Moth. I pre-ordered him, and he arrived first week of May. I love him, but because Isley is my Luna Moth and insects have a fairly rudimentary brain, in this skit he comes off as the dumbass asexual using circular reasoning and doublespeak to explain. And of course, like I said, because it is very much more of a subculture than a sexual orientation, at least as it shows itself on the internet, they use a lot of really dumb food metaphors. Like I said, like 3 hours ago, they try and explain that
allosexuals, which is like people who are not on the ace spectrum, are like people who, when they see a pork belly bacon, they want the pork belly bacon. Whereas the asexual will see the pork belly bacon, go, eh, and then go in the fridge and be like, I want some cake. Even though if you put cake in the fridge, you will ruin the cake. Like, seriously, don't put cake in the fridge. Don't put cake in the fridge. Don't put brownies in the fridge. Don't put cookies in the fridge. Don't put them in the fridge. Except a Tres Leche cake. You can put that in, that kind of has to go in the fridge. But that's like literally the only exception. Like no, like if it's your typical if it's your fairly typical cake, do not put it in the fridge. You will ruin a good cake. Just putting that out there. Your leading epicures will agree with me on this. So yeah, this will be starring Isley, my Luna Moth. And because he's an insect, he's kind of a dumbass, and he's using a bunch of doublespeak to explain like how he is an craver of pizza. But at this week's game night, he wants pizza. He specifically wants this kind of pizza from this restaurant. But he never craves pizza. Because like I said, they always use dumb food metaphors, which literally only apply to addicts, right? This will also be featuring Sheba, my Squishables mini Bastet plush. This will also be featuring Winston, my now long retired Cheshire Cat Squishables plush. One of the 2 full-size Squishables I have. So like, 16-inch diameter. Also Steven, my first generation Grim Reaper mini Squishable. They've since had a redesign of the little mini Grim Reaper one. And let's see, Isley, me, Sheba, Winston, Steven. Okay, yeah, I think that's all of them. Yep. So yeah, like that's gonna be the next big scripted one I'm gonna do. And because I'm gonna do it when I get the table and the kitchen cleaned up, it's gonna be relatively soon. How soon? At the very least, the 12th, like that would be the absolute soonest I'll have it completed and uploaded, but oh well. So yeah, upcoming scripts to upload, that's like the main one. I've also got a couple things that I might just do as an upload, but but it's more like a bullet pointed thing rather than like a long form comedy skit script. So yeah, like another one that I might do relatively soon is gonna be about all of the weird ass
Yeah, like all of the weird ass urban legends that goths in the 1990s believed about Diamanda Galas. Like we believed some weird ass urban legends about her, and even when they would contradict each other, right? Like we believed some weird ass urban legends about her. So that's going to be like a more casual, like bullet pointed script one that I'll do. The more involved script that I'll do. In fact, I may even do a few other like puppet shows with my Squishables and myself voicing all of my Squishables because I'm the only one who does their voices right. And complete with like self-aware references about how I've been going crazy in my apartment for the last year, but so like now I'm talking to Squishables rather than just my cats, right? So okay, and so yeah, like I've brought you all up to speed on upcoming scripts. As always, of course, my WFKU stream Tuesday nights, 10 p.m. U.S. Eastern through 1 a.m. U.S. Eastern. And now is the part where I wait, what the hell is this? Oh wait, no, this is the thing that I just did. Okay, that's the thing that I just uploaded a couple weeks ago. Wait. Oh, wait, never mind. That's another thing. Yeah, I've got a list of ideas for story times that. But yeah, like I think the Diamanda Galas urban legends one is just hilarious because we believed some bonkers ass shit about her, like to the point where like when her official website launched, because it didn't mention most of these urban legends that seems to like oddly reinforce like conspiracy theorists, for a lot of us that seemed to oddly reinforce that they were true because she didn't want to speak of them. Like I said, we believed some bonkers ass shit about Diamanda Galas back in the day. So diolch yn fawr iawn. Dreulioch amser gyda fi'n gadw'r mŵr yna heddiw os ydych yn annog I can't read my handwriting sometimes. Me mwy nonsense in a tapioch baltwm hoffi terror bell hysbyriadau camdrin ar lafar ar ffwrdd sylw diminwch gallwch fforddio gwneud hynny gallwch annog fe gorfwydd gydag arian drwy brynu fy ngoriaeth wedi I recordio ar archebu Christi neu gallwch fy ychwanegu atych cyflogres misol ar Patreon neu loidaeth sianel ar YouTube gan ddechrau eleni am bob mis pan allaf gynnal isafswm cymwr Patreon misol o leiaf gant o ddoleri byddaf yn gwneud fy holl benodau ffwrdd bywyd yn gwisgo Chris. Ac yn olaf fel bob amser, cofiwch wisgo eich eli hawl fel arall Govali danoch echin kal enion vath o ddiwrnod redachin heddi ac wrth gwrs gyda Harry oddi wrth ceddod dim wair elwyd minnau pob in ohonom yma in gartref mwrn gydag ist limod chisani kim erwch ofal noson dda. Chwyl! Inherence. Diolch yn fawr im talwys Susie Pica, cartwnydd a darlunydd o ardal Tori, Ali Valkyrie, ddogi o'r paganiaeth a gweithredydd sosialaidd eithrio Americanaidd sy'n bwy yn Ffranc a hefyd Karen L. Thanks so much. Now in Saesneg and now in English. Thanks so much for spending your time with me at my spooky home today. If you want to encourage more of my nonsense, then tap the like button, strike the bell for notifications, and verbally abuse me in the form of a comment. If you wish and you can afford to do so, you can encourage me. You can encourage my madness with money by purchasing my recorded music, ordering a t-shirt, or you can add me to your monthly payroll on Patreon or on Patreon starting this year. For every month, I maintain a minimum monthly Patreon support of at least $100. I will do all of my live stream broadcasts wearing a shirt. And of course, as always, remember to wear your sunscreen. Otherwise, take care of yourselves and have exactly the kind of day you deserve. And of course, with love from the cats, the household gods, and myself, all of us at Spooky House with bats and kisses. Take care and good night. Bye. Patreon. Thanks so much to my Patreons, Susie Bika, cartoonist and illustrator from the Toronto area, Ali Valkyrie, pagan blogger and socialist activist, American expat living in France, and also Karen L. Bats and kisses. Nosta achwil. No. Yeah. Nosta achwil.